Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our IAASB board meeting. Today we have 3 topics on the agenda. We're going to first deal with audit evidence, then we're going to turn briefly for targeted issues for ISO for LCE, and then we'll conclude the day with our strategy and work plan discussion. So busy day. We have a lot of material from the Audit Evidence Task Force. It's a full rundown provided 3 months in advance. So thank you to the team for all your hard work and analysis to get the materials ready for this discussion. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Sue, who's joined by Kalina and Ida.
Thanks. Thank you, Tom. And hi, everybody. So if I can take the next slide, please. I'm going to sort of dive straight into a load of stuff. First of all, thanking and recognizing our task force members. And it's so lovely to be able to have photos of people together rather than on Zoom screens. So we were able to get together only a few weeks ago, actually. So we have Greg, Eric and Ado there at our meeting in Amsterdam. And as Tom mentioned, the staff have been doing a fantastic job in the background to really advance the work here. Ida did an awful lot of work on pulling the comment letter material together. So I think particular thanks. And then Kalina has taken a load of that and worked through and given us the material we needed for the task force meeting. And then Dan and Vili have been providing fantastic support in the background. So a very, very strong team effort. And as Tom said, we've worked hard to advance material. We have continued to coordinate with other bodies such as IAASB, the other task forces. I mentioned yesterday the call we had with Julie and the fraud team, the technology consultation group. And obviously that coordination will continue as we progress. As Tom mentioned in his introduction and Billy mentioned in his message to the board, this was originally scheduled for discussion in December to allow us to progress the analysis of the feedback and look at the responses. But because of the commonality that we have with some of the feedback from the strategy and work plan consultation, especially for technology, it made sense that both were presented together to the board. And as a result, probably just ask for your indulgence a little bit. We've identified and we'll discuss a lot of key themes, but we haven't had the opportunity to go through absolutely everything to date. But what we are looking for is your directional input to allow us to progress and to build out the application material. As I'm sure you've noticed from some of the feedback, we do have some quite divergent views. And so what we need is your steer as to which direction we're going to go on some of these things. And then obviously we will continue to work to build that out, particularly things like expanding application material once we have the direction set. What we're also doing today is presenting to you in full all the feedback we had from the ED. So I appreciate there's quite a lot of material. But again, we are seeking your input from that due process perspective on the summarization of the feedback, which obviously drives our actions. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand over now to Kalina, who's going to talk you through the overview of the responses and some of the key themes that are arising.
Thanks, Sue. So as shown in the slide, we received 70 written responses to ED 500 from all geographical regions. We did have 2 monitoring group respondents. This was IOSCO and IFIR. And we also did receive responses from regulators, firms, NSS, public sector organizations, member bodies, and individuals. Next slide, Michelle, please. So what we've done here is we've presented a heat map showing an indicative presentation of where we received support or lack of support. The green colors are predominantly areas where we did receive support. Where we have yellow, it's a conditional or qualified support subject to comments, suggestions for improvements or concerns. And the orange colors depict where we did receive various levels of mixed views. So at an overarching level, as shown in the slide, we did receive support for the principle-based nature of ED 500, and also recognizing this is an overarching standard that addresses the auditor's responsibilities for audit evidence. There was also support for its nature and its role within the suite of the ISAs. Other areas where we did receive predominantly support were that the revisions do support enhanced auditor judgment and lead to reinforced application of professional skepticism when obtaining and evaluating audit evidence. There were a few themes that were coming up at an overarching level, like, for example, clarity for work effort, and then for documentation expectations, and also for scalability aspects in the proposals that were cross-cutting, coming through in a number of areas where revisions were proposed. Respondents suggested further clarity for these matters. And also another theme that was coming up from the responses was that ED 500 needs to do more to fully achieve the objective for modernization in relation to technology. At the same time, there was a recognition in the feedback that ED 500 alone is not sufficient to address all audit evidence related matters in the suite of ISAs, including for technology. So Sue, with that, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you. Can I have the next slides, please, Michelle? So last week we spoke to the CAG and presented them the overview of the feedback on ED 500, and we asked for their comments on 3 specific areas that we'll be discussing today: technology, the conditional requirement for accuracy and completeness, and the standback completeness, standback requirements. On technology, there was, I think there was broad support for the proposals that we were putting forward, and recognition that the topic needs to be more robustly addressed, both in ED 500 and more broadly in the IAASB standards. There was also an emphasis from a number of the speakers about the importance of developing illustrations and examples to support practical application in relation to technology. And there were also comments that in doing so, it's important not to date the standard, and we were encouraged to consider non-authoritative guidance. On the conditional requirement for accuracy and completeness, the feedback was broadly in line with the kinds of splits that we've had and on the responses to ED 500, and probably considering the composition of the CAG, the majority of the representatives supported option 2, and the comments were around, they found that more directly worded, that it was clear and robust. And on the standback requirement, there was support to clarify the level at which the kind of closing the loop element is performed in paragraph 13A. And there was majority support to remove the final standback in paragraph 13B, and that was primarily because of the duplication with ISA 330. And there was also a discussion around the kind of number of standbacks and the way in which they're growing in the standards, and there was a caution really to be conscious of the proliferation of standbacks and how that may diminish their effectiveness in due course. So Jim, that was my summary. If you have additional comments, please, sir.
Thanks. So we had a very rich discussion at the CAG on the audit evidence, and as you mentioned, and I think you've highlighted the key parts of the conversation. There was a sense of the importance of maintaining a principle-based standard. It'll be very interesting to see where the board goes in terms of standback and discussion on standback. Sue, I wonder if it will emulate what we had in terms of our discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. Next slide, please. We also received feedback from the SMP advisory group, which I think has been circulated to all the board members. And the SMP advisory group supported the intent to clarify the definition, and particularly addressing scalability examples for the auditor's procedures to turn information into audit evidence. And they also supported the conditional requirement for the auditor's use of ATT. There was also a note in the letter to caution about the proposals to explore documentation requirements, and an encouragement to not move in a direction that could encourage a checklist approach, which the advisory group noted wasn't necessarily helpful to improve audit quality. So that's the feedback from the SMP advisory group. If we take the next slide, please, Ida's going to take us through some of the high-level feedback on some of the ED.
Thank you, Sue. Linking to the heat map, there is both support for the principle-based framework and their linkage to the other ISAs. The key comments include some respondents view that the principles may be set too high and more specificities for the requirement and guidance may be needed to support consistent applications. There are comments about duplications with the ISA 330, for example, the standard requirements. A number of respondents also supports to address all the evidence-related matters holistically across the suite of the ISAs, and that tie with the comment that we hear from the strategy well-planned consultation. For both auditor judgment and professional skepticism, there is both support for the ED's enhancement. Regarding the enhanced professional judgment, there are suggestions for more guidelines around work efforts, what auditors need to document, scalabilities, and technology-related matters. Next slide, please. There are mixed views on whether the ED 500 achieved the appropriate balance on requirements and application material. This links to comments asking for additional requirements and providing more specificity for existing requirements. Besides, most respondents support to streamline the application material and provide more robust examples. I would like to hand it back to Sue for the first question. Thank you.
Thank you. So can we get the next slide, please? So question 1 is going to keep coming back to you during the course of this, because this is really the due process question, just to check in with you whether you agree with the summarization that we've got from the opportunity you've had to look at the feedback responses, and whether there are any other significant issues we need to consider in relation to these areas. And at this point, we're looking at the sections 1 to 4 in the issues paper. So the areas we've just covered. The next area is technology. So just to give you a heads up that that's coming soon. So Tom, I'll hand back to you.
So I just want to clarify, you're just asking for whether we believe the analysis is complete right now, or do you want reactions on what the analysis that was just presented?
Either. I mean, if people have kind of general high-level comments, it's probably an idea to take them now, because what we'll then be doing is digging into some of the specific areas.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure people knew what they were being asked. So any broad reactions, because I think these were general comments about effectively the scoping and how we conducted the project and the level that we pitched it at. Kaiwe?
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, everyone. I have a comment to the letter, what you have mentioned. I believe that the standards continues to need to be principle-based. It would be difficult to draft more detailed requirements and general application in most cases. It will also be difficult to provide more specificity about when evidence is sufficient and appropriate, or the nature and extent of documentation about the consideration of the attributes, because it is context dependent With respect to professional skepticism, there's a good case to augment the definition to clarify what about evidence is being critical assess that is its persuasiveness, and to then also define persuasiveness. Seeking the streamlined application material may be also helpful. That's all for me. Thanks.
Anyone else? I think there are some themes though that come out in this introductory section that we'll start to see is that about the level of ambition and the connectivity to other standards that will flow through to other sections of this analysis. So I think we should keep that in the back of our mind because it has implications here in the strategy work plan. Okay, back to you, Sue.
Great. Next slide, please. And so this we're going into technology. Perfect, thank you. So as you can see on the slide, and obviously from the issued paper, there were mixed views on what we had in relation to technology. There was a broad recognition that more was needed, both in ED 500, but also in other standards to address the evolution in technology. And there was the encouragement to look at a more holistic approach to technology, which obviously dovetails with the feedback on the strategy and work plan. As you can imagine, we spent quite a lot of time on this in the task force meeting. We've spent a lot of time on technology generally. And in terms of proposals, it's worth highlighting that the proposals in ED 500 were developed very much in the context of the extant scope of the project, which specifically excluded enhancements to ISA 330 and other ISAs from the 500 series, as well as quite a narrow scope on technology enhancements. So with that in mind, ED 500 was unlikely to meet some of the desires that are coming through in the comment letter. So we're probably not able to address all of the feedback within the constraints of the current scope that we have for the project. What we have done is made a preliminary identification of the matters arising from the feedback paper, and we've included that as Appendix 4 of the issues paper, where we looked at where and how the technology-related topics from the feedback that we've had from ED 500, where they may be addressed, so both within and outside of ED 500. And we felt that was important because it allows the board to consider the breadth of that feedback when we're looking at the strategy and work plan consultation. But that said, we also recognise that there's more that can be done within ED 500 to address technology. And given that the views and the feedback was that more specificity is needed, and the calls from the feedback to undertake some more robust actions to modernise for technology. And so we've proposed a set of actions in the issues paper, and that includes firstly, a principles-based conditional requirement for when the auditor uses ATT. Now, that doesn't mandate the use of ATT, but it's probably similar to the requirement for evaluating information that's been prepared by a management expert. So it would only apply when the auditor uses ATT. And we believe that could be an effective approach that would help to build consistent practice in this area. And it's consistent with the stakeholders' expectations from both ED 500 and the strategy consultation. We also believe that the proposed requirement it complements the existing requirements in ISQM1 and ISA 220 for the use of technological resources. So if the board is supportive of that recommendation, then our intention would be to develop obviously new application material that would support that. And we have some good information already to recognise what is being built into methodologies and so on. Another proposal is to describe ATT rather than defining it. At the moment, the standard's silent on it. But in doing that description, our proposal would be that specific technologies such as AI and robotics would only be named as examples, so that we don't date the standard. And we consider that using a description rather than a definition for ATT would allow more flexibility for updating when necessary, for example, if there's conforming amendments coming from other standards when they're revised. We also would propose to enhance the examples in the application material in relation to technology, as well as engaging with the technology consultation group to look at what non-authoritative guidance can be developed to support the application material in ED 500 for specific areas. And that non-authoritative guidance, as we've discussed before, has the advantage of being able to be firstly more descriptive to kind of explain what the technology is and what the implications may be. And it also has the opportunity to be able to be updated more speedily and more easily. So with that, that's a summary of the proposals on technology. You've got that in the issues paper as well. If we take the next slide, please. The question we have two questions. Firstly, the general question around whether you believe that we've summarized and reflected the feedback that we've had appropriately. And then secondly, we're asking for your views on the proposals that we've included in the application, in the issues paper. So Tom, over to you.
Okay. Feedback on the technology part. Sachiko.
Good morning, everybody. Sue and your team, thank you very much for your hard work. Question 1, I support. And question 2, although I support direction of the task force, and I also support the direction of adding a conditional requirement when the auditor uses ATT. And I particularly like your idea of making the linkage to ISQM 1 and either 200, either 220 revised in terms of technological resources, because into either 220 revised, I found there are some guidance about the technological tools in terms of interrelationship between the firm's policy and the procedures versus the responsibility of the engagement team, and which I think are great. So maybe I think it is very useful to have some relationship or the linkage to ISQM 1 and in either 500 and clarify the difference of the responsibilities by leveraging the guidance in either 220 revised. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you, and thank you, Sue, and your team. As with respect to these questions, my answer to the first question is yes. I didn't identify anything else from a completeness perspective, and I'm in the same position as what Sachiko just explained for question 2. I think that the conditional requirement and the your attempt to define ATT and explain it is a good positive step forward, and I would support the task force working on that.
Bill?
Firstly, a comment on the process, which I probably should have mentioned earlier, is that there was a very good summary of the issues, but unfortunately not our problem, but the respondents give a lot of comments, but very few solutions. And it comes back to what you said, I think, Tom, is we need to focus on the themes rather than picking out individual issues. When it comes to technology, one of the themes that jumps out is that, do we adopt a holistic or integrated or approach to technology across a number of standards, or whether we continue to just, as you have suggested, make some changes to an individual standard. And I think that's an issue which will come back when we talk about the work program later today as well, that how do we actually approach that technology issue?
Diane?
First of all, thanks very much. I know there's a lot of heavy lifting here. I agree with a lot of the comments that were made. I agree with Bill as well. What struck me as these themes, it was technology. I think this repetition, I should have said this on the first question, but the repetition and how you link in other ISAs into a standard and cross-referencing. I think the standbacks. I think there's a number of these issues that are cropping up that I do think we need to agree on some direction forward. Relative to the two, first of all, I thought you summarized it fine. I didn't have any issues with that. I agree, similar to Sachiko and Julie, with the description of ATT and the requirement. When I looked at Appendix 4, one of the questions, and this just might be me getting confused, is I also was questioning the role of IPE, information produced by an entity, and because there's a discussion in there about an organization that manipulates, extracts data, so on. And I think the linkage back to how the auditor uses that information as evidence, what is the role of IPE and what work needs to be done on that? I wasn't quite sure. I'll send you some comments, Sue, as to whether a specific subject within Appendix 4 was attempting to deal with that. And if it was, it just was maybe not as clear to me. And if it isn't, do we need to address IPE? But generally speaking, okay with what you've got in this section and the path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando?
Thank you, Sue, and the rest of the team. And I'm also on the same page as others, and I share the comments. I think that one of the big items that I heard is that expectation was huge in terms of the content of the standard. I think that people were thinking that whatever was going to be included in terms of technology was going to solve the execution issue. And they were very disappointed reading the standard, because I recognize there's a lot in terms of technology, but it's more really in terms of use technology. It will help, you can analyze more data, but it doesn't really tell you how to solve the problem. They wanted to see how to document and how to pretty much just do one click and solve the issue of having all the necessary evidence to conclude. And I think that they're still waiting for that. So I think we need to keep the right balance, because the standard could be huge if we start just adding a lot of information and a lot of examples in terms of technology. And we need to make it principle-based, of course. But maybe the answer is that we need to create a separate mechanism for technology, because otherwise this could be just an endless process for everyone. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you, Tom. Good morning. Thank you so much, Sue and the team, for all this hard work. I mean, analysing comment letters is not an easy task. And I think you have done a great job. And so from the perspective of that general question, I agree that there isn't really anything else I wanted to add. I do have a couple along the way, but I'll just raise those as we come along. On the whole, I thought it was just excellent work. Thank you. In relation generally to 91, I agree that the broader technology-related aspects across the ISAs does need to be considered. And I was just listening to Bill, and then I just listened to Fernando about perhaps we need a separate mechanism. And Vili may be disappointed if I say this, but actually one of the things I feel like we lost was the IAPN approach. And the IAPN approach took the ISAs rather like, here's the journey, rather like we have with Kai's standard. Here's the journey. And at these points in the journey, this is where you might think about technology, whether it's technology from the client's perspective, whether it's technology from the auditor's perspective, and then bring it to life in that, using that mechanism, rather than try and just fill the ISAs and try to find those spots in the ISAs where we could add some pieces about ATT or technology more generally and still end up, to Fernando's point, disappointing people along the way. So just a thought. I know we did sort of do away with them, but actually maybe this is the time to rethink and bring them back online to help us with these more tricky issues. Unlike others, I actually really challenge this conditional requirement on the use of technology. I don't personally think this is the right approach. It is the means, as we know, to deliver the procedure. So you break down or analyze that conditional requirement. Essentially, you're just repeating what we already have in this standard. So the appropriateness of the inputs, that's already about the relevance and the reliability. Whether automated tools and techniques operate as designed is an ISQM1 matter. That's where you make sure you do have the right tools in place to support your engagement teams, and when you also monitor them and make sure they're working as expected. So I think all we're doing is just repeating what we have already in our standards, but with this technology lens to it. And I don't think you're going to get anything different here. Potentially also it's sort of contradicting what we already heard in the paper, that there's too much repetition across the standards, and this would be repetitive within the standard. I don't think you need it. I think just generally it's that broader point which you say in 91, the broader technology related aspects, we need to crack that nut, and then the requirements are all going to work accordingly within that technology lens. Thank you.
Okay, shall we?
Thanks, Tom, and good morning, everyone. So Sue and team, I really like this paper. I think excellent work in summarizing the feedback. I especially like the heat map and Appendix 4. I think the task force and staff have been clearly very thoughtful in putting everything together. So thank you very much for that. So generally very supportive of the direction. I was going to say the same thing that Fernando has mentioned. I think just in terms of engagement with stakeholders, there's a lot of expectation on this piece of work. Everyone thinks that it's going to solve all the problems in the world. So maybe it is about us getting even better at communicating. Well, we do a lot of things in the technology space. So maybe it's just us getting better at communicating, having a dedicated space, etc., to just tell the world what we're doing in this and what role this 500 plays. And we can come back to the discussion around the omnibus, etc., later on in the strategy conversation. Just on the conditional requirement, I had similar thoughts as Josephine in terms of it repeating what we have, but I was willing to try it out because I think we are responding to calls from some of the respondents, and I wanted to see it like together with everything else, and then what we hang around it in terms of application material, etc. So in a way, I was, I guess, questioning whether we need it, but happy to have a look when we put everything together to sort of give it a chance. To see that whether it's really solving the problem that people are flagging to us. Just also to say that I'm supportive of the overall direction in terms of how you approach technology, the describing, and then having non-authoritative guidance. I think that always works from a technology perspective. To your point, Sue, it allows us to be a lot more speedy in terms of developing materials, and also not get tied down and be data very quickly. Thanks.
Thank you. Yosh?
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for the excellent job and incredible summarizing feedbacks. A lot of. I have about the question 1, I'm supporting the summary of feedback. And the question 2, about the technology, I support the task force taking a principle-based approach in response to the rapidly developing use of technology by both entities and auditors. However, as shown at paragraphs 97 to 99, I believe that examples need to be provided in the non-authoritative guidance for some areas to modernize the ISA 500. For example, I suggest at least the use of remote observation tools for sample scrutiny through the use of technology and data analysis for risk assessment process. In addition, I'm sure the task force is obviously taking this into consideration. Technology is expected to rapidly progress, so timely development and revision of the guidance should be considered. Although many examples are included in the application materials, timely consideration should be given to whether such examples are likely to become obsolete in the future, so that only appropriate examples are provided, I think. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Isabel?
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks to the task force for this great paper on this complex project. On the proposed conditional requirement, I was surprised by the fact that only one respondent has asked for a requirement on the use of AT&T. So even if it's worth considering, I think we should liaise with other people that have responded to see what would be their views, because we had a lot of feedback, but only one respondent asked for it. Could IAPN be a way forward? Not sure, because if people want requirements, IAPN are non-authoritative. Unfortunately, these IAASB publications are probably not widely known and not widely used, which is a pity. Even if we have only one, it's a good one. But still, it's non-authoritative, so that may not solve the issue. We started discussing that in France to see where we could add something on automated tools and techniques. And it's a challenge because there's no right place to put it. Some people want it in 315, some people want it in 330, some people want it in 500, and in fact, it does not fit well anywhere. So maybe we should start thinking at the ISAs differently, because we more and more, we end by repeating requirements of another standard, and it's very clear when we look at ISA 240, we start all the requirements, but when applying ISA X, do this and that. And maybe we should now take example on the Viking project. And there's another way to look at standards without cutting them in the way we cut them 20 years ago. Maybe the way we were looking at ISAs at that time is not relevant anymore. And we need to combine some standards together, and then everything will fit well. We could have the technology part in it, and we could also avoid all these repetitions. And last but not least on this one, a minor point, but I think it was raised already by someone, that little a in the proposed requirement is to be connected to paragraph 9 of ED 5000, which is about the relevance and reliability of information. Thank you.
Wendy?
After the first four, I was going to be piling on, so I'm just going to try to keep to my key points. Sue and the task force and the staff, I thought you did an amazing job of pulling together the comments and being very honest and authentic about the feedback, and where some of the key areas to address might be. It's a little hard in preparing for this session to decouple it from the session we're going to have this afternoon on the work plan, and also to make recommendations considering some of the resource constraints that we have to get projects done. Nonetheless, I will give some possibly piling on comments and observations. For question one, I already said, I think you did a great job. As it relates to technology, I think we're in a place where, and this, let me step back for a moment, from a journey perspective, because we talk a lot about journeys in this room. Pre-sitting on this board, I was a big advocate for non-authoritative guidance. I had put that in all my comment letters many times, not realizing, this goes back to my resource point, that it takes quite a bit of effort to generate the non-authoritative guidance from a due process perspective. So I agree with Appendix 4 and believe there are opportunities to address the feedback outside of ED 500. I think the IAASB and staff has to consider leveraging the work of national standard setters and others. So to reduce the burden on the resources here. For example, the AICPA does have quite a good guide, and coupled with the non-authoritative guidance, I think a comprehensive strategy is needed with respect to technology, and others have said this already, across all of the standards. So I don't think we're going to solve the problems of the world within this standard on two fronts, the front that Fernando already raised, but in particular as it relates to technology. As it relates to the conditional requirement, I believe in thinking about this question to remember that automated tools and techniques, this is piling on a little, is a broad term, not defined in ISA 315, potentially covering anything from the use of Excel and other similar technologies to the use of AI. So it would be necessary to explore the entire range. That said, I would be supportive of the IAASB exploring such a requirement, but recognize additional application material and examples may be helpful in walking auditors through different use cases and the risk and opportunity they create and how the outcomes would be evaluated. So I'm recommending that, and again, this has been a big circular journey. I think the technology piece, and I think Isabel said it in her comments as well, is probably best addressed mostly outside of ED 500. And that's it for question 2.
Kai?
Thank you. I'll be relatively short on this, as I think I agree with most of what's been said. On question 1, you've done a great summary of the respondents, and nothing to add there. It's really good reading this. It's, as others said, with the heat map, it's good to see where the attention is drawn. I do agree with Fernando there around the technology. I think from the outreach I've did as well, the expectation of what this would do on technology was way beyond what we ever was planning on doing. So that warrants the questions, and how do we deal with that? Because it's maybe bigger than just 500. Thank you.
Anyone else? There were a few things that resonated with me here. First of all, this expectations versus reality. One of the things I think Billy and I have spoken to more people about this standard, particularly regulators, and the role that 500 plays in our broad literature and how it relates to other performance requirements. Our standard probably is not fully understood, and this is probably what's creating some of this expectations. I think the team alludes to this and a little bit in our strategy paper, like having a more integrated approach would clarify where things best go and what we can best do in 500 and what we best should do in the standard. I saw a lot of support, but maybe cautious support for conditional requirement. And I think it was more in terms of exploration right now of whether that is the right approach or maybe some alternative approach. But to me, I'm persuaded that we should be a little bit bold, at least in effort. We're not finalizing the standard right now. The task force won't be presented a new draft of the standard next week. That there may be another alternative tools, but to some extent, to me, if we don't start putting some technology specific elements into our standard, our agnostic position, I don't think will be sustainable much going forward. And so I personally support the exploration. And I think that's what most people sort of said, though I think some people would be really cautious about it. But we don't have the language in front of us. So I'm sort of like, I don't know whether it works or not until I see it. And I'm certainly willing to to allow the task force to explore it going forward, with the idea that other options could be on the table, maybe whether it's IAPNs or something else, or the idea that we should be a little cautious because technology should change over time. Now, I don't think we're talking about hardware. We're talking about approaches to technology and the impacts of machine learning and model development, et cetera, which I don't think is going to go away anytime soon. So real general support with some of the cautions noted that the board members have shown. And I do think this goes to Bill's point about a little bit of how we're sort of thinking about some of the strategy and work plan things, about how this standard, if fit with other standards, may show a more integrated approach, not just to audit evidence and performance standards, but the use of technology too. And this paper does a real packages. So I think that's all relevant to the task force. So if no one else wants to comment, back to you. I hope that was a decent summary with me sort of supported a lot of the themes that came out.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've got some good steers there and some cautions to work on. I wasn't proposing to go through a lot of the comments. Obviously, some of the material we'll be talking about later on today when we're talking about the strategy in any event. One point that really resonated with me actually was Yosh's comment about the timely update for the material, and it's something that I'll probably be bringing up in a different capacity this afternoon, is that as we talk about the non-authoritative guidance, if that kind of material or the IAPN or whatever it may be, if it is fundamental to the standards and the suite of work we're doing, we've got to make sure we commit the resource to be able to do that and maintain it. So that maintenance is important. And I think, Isabel, I reckon, we recognised that this was a suggestion from one respondent, but we also recognised that it was a suggestion that fitted with what we're seeing in practice by way of responses to ISQN1 in particular on quality risks. And it certainly warranted exploration. So that was the reason that we picked it up. But again, recognising that kind of caution. And there's obviously a lot of feedback that is probably more for this afternoon around the structure and the process that we will come back to. So I think with that, I'll move on to the next area, if that's okay, Tom. Yep. Next slide, please. Oh, Edo's got a question. Oh, Bill had a question. Oh, sorry, Bill.
Yeah.
If I may, just one other question as we discuss technology. I feel for you when you read some of these responses is the terminology is easy to say, but the meaning is hard, like principles based. The extent of requirements versus application material. Please provide more examples. Please provide more guidance. Please provide non-authoritative guidance. I mean, you get these words are very easy to drop out, but they're very hard to clarify what exactly is the next step. So I just wanted to make that clear at that point as well. When you go through a lot of the responses, no one ever says take it out. And we heard yesterday, quite rightly, the audit evidence standard may have repetition and may need to be reduced, but that's easily to say. It's a lot harder to actually put into action. So I just give you that empathy.
Thank you. I appreciate the empathy. It really isn't easy, some of this. And actually, I was very taken by Fernando's words and several others. I mean, we've known all along this is not going to be a how-to guide for data analytics, but that appears to be what would be desired. And obviously, we need to think about how we can work to bridge that gap within the board's remit. So yeah, no, thank you, Bill. Okay, next section, next section, definition of audit evidence. So the feedback we had from the consultation here was support for the kind of the theoretical relevance of the input-output model, but requests for more clarity about what constitutes a necessary audit procedure to turn information into evidence. and requests for clarity of the scope of the definition because of the implications when evaluating contradictory or inconsistent evidence, sort of potentially got us into a perpetual loop situation where you were always circling back and doing more work. So recognizing that, we've worked through the feedback and the suggestions, and actually there were some suggestions in this area which was very useful. We continue to believe that the definition appropriately embeds the principles of the input-output model. So our proposal is to retain the existing proposed definition in ED 500, but we did have a number of suggestions for application material to clarify that definition and address some of the scalability aspects, because I think that's where people had particular concerns. So our proposal is to include some examples to demonstrate how the nature, timing, and extent of the audit procedures to turn information into audit evidence may vary from very simple to more extensive audit procedures. And those examples can also clarify how there was a question about how the absence of certain transactions, so the absence of sales returns after the year end, for example, how that fits with the input-output model. So our proposal is to clarify the objectives by incorporating the principles into the, so that's the definition. In terms of the objectives, we are proposing to incorporate the principle of input-output model in the objectives. We are proposing splitting paragraph 6B of ED 500 as it does include two separate evaluations that have different purposes. So one evaluation is around information intended to be used as audit evidence, which is performed for the purpose of determining whether the information is relevant and reliable for the auditor's use as audit evidence. And then the other evaluation is around the audit evidence obtained, which is for the purpose of providing a basis for the auditor to conclude on whether sufficient appropriate audit evidence has been obtained. So, so with that, again, it's all summarised in the issues paper. If we take the next slide, please, and the next question is, again, if you have any comments on the summarisation, then please draw any issues to our attention. And then secondly, on the views on our proposals in relation to the definition and objectives. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to, if people think that question 1 is appropriately responded to, we'll just assume that's the case. Only raise your hand if you think that there's things that are missed out on question 1. Comments on, I'm trying to take the advice about not duplicating requirements, but we certainly will take specific input on question 3 too. Wendy.
Just one small comment. I would prefer if B were removed because it overlaps with 330. So there's your first easy removal in repetitiveness. Thanks.
Diane.
On your question about the objectives, I personally didn't think they needed to be split out. I don't object to splitting them out, but I didn't have a problem with them being combined.
Josephine.
Sue, thank you. So it is interesting, some of the feedback that we've got, and I just wanted to really have a chat, I suppose, to some extent about, there are some comments in here about, for example, the concern around inspection, observation, etc., being audit procedures. Well, that's never been the intention. And in fact, even in the standard today, it says, for example, they are examples. So I guess what I'm trying to get my head around is the relevance of reliability procedure. It is an audit procedure, so it's part and parcel, in my view, which is why I didn't have a problem at all with the infinite loop, because I thought that was appropriate. But I understand that some had concerns around that. So I guess, so what I'm trying to work out is are we agreed that relevance and reliability are audit procedures? You can actually get audit evidence from that, and that may even be enough. It might be part and parcel of it's all going into a hopper and out pops your audit evidence, but it's all procedures over information that all going, as I say, hopper, out comes your audit evidence. So I think essentially to that extent, then what you've done with the objectives, if that's right, and we all agree as a board that's correct, you don't need the additional including evaluating. In fact, actually that could make it exacerbate the issue because that suggests that's a different step. And so I think you would delete the including the evaluating, but I do agree with the task force that having it in that B didn't quite work either, and that might have caused more problems. So again, the caveat is if we agree that is an audit procedure, then delete from 6a so you don't exacerbate the issue. And then I agree with what you've done with 6b. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so.
Thanks. Josephine, I think the answer to the question is yes. And so probably what we then need to do is sort of take back and reflect on how it's reflected. It's actually quite a tricky one to reflect in some of the application material, which was possibly why we hadn't been quite as definitive as perhaps you might be looking for. And I think, yeah, I think we'll take those comments back, Tom, and take a look. I have a feeling, it was Wendy, I have a feeling we also had in mind that we might have the ability to kill that paragraph B if 13B goes, which was another part of the rationale. Okay, so if everybody's okay, I'll move on to the next section. So excellent. So this is looking at sufficiency, appropriateness, and persuasiveness. So by way of feedback from the consultation, we had support for including the concept of persuasiveness in ED 500 with comments that more is needed, and Bill, you'll resonate with that. We did have suggestions, and of course the suggestions were all over the place. So there were different views on what more might look like. So more could be, definition, or it could be evaluating persuasiveness in the requirements, or guidance on how much audit evidence is enough. There was support to streamline the application material that explains the interrelationship of sufficiency, appropriateness, and persuasiveness as well. So our proposal here is to define persuasiveness, and we gave you proposed wording in the issues paper, and it's up on the slide as well for you to see. And then we also plan to streamline and enhance the application material, and there were some good examples in the feedback that we can draw on. So we haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, but that would be the plan. So if we can get the next slide, please. The question for you is on the proposed approach to sufficient, whatever it is, sufficiency, appropriateness, and persuasiveness, which don't trip off the tongue very well. Thank you.
Okay. Again, on question one, if you think there's something best, raise it, but if not, we assume that there's nothing else. But question 4. Josephine.
Thank you. So thank you again, although it was a very tricky area, this, and I had to go back and forth myself to try and work out what the best approach was. So it's not easy. But this term pervasiveness of evidence is across all our assurance standards. It's not just audit. So in its use, of course, in respect to limited assurance engagements, Wendy's reviews, and then even with the bracketed connection to audit evidence, I just don't think it's a good idea to bring this into a definition situation. I think defining you've got to stand back, sorry, can't help myself. Stand back and think about what is the thing that's being trying to be solved here. And I think it's like that perfect answer to how much is enough. And if that perfect answer to how much evidence is enough, and if we define pervasiveness and persuasiveness, then we'll get there. But I don't think we can. I don't think even the definition will get us there. It is a judgment call. And I think it's really important that people understand it is a judgment call, and it will be different for different circumstances, different types of information. And I think what we'll end up doing is just putting in a definition, which is, as I say, not really going to help. And the description's perfectly fine. And I think it does a really good job. So personally, I apologize, but I just don't think it's going to get people to the right answer.
Sachiko?
Thank you, Tom. As Josephine suggested, I know it's very tricky issue. And, as a former task force member, I recall we had a lot of discussion within the task force before the exposure draft. So I know it's hard. And I understand that the respondents to the ED noted it will be helpful to have definition, but I wonder if we should include a definition in ISO 500, because it will be maybe inconsistent with the CASP guideline, because in the CASP guideline, it says only the terms that appear in the requirement section of the ISO are defined. And persuasiveness does not appear in the requirement within AD 500. And from the task force beyond recommendation in the issue paper, it does not seem too likely that we will add the requirement on persuasiveness. So I wonder whether we should have the definition. And I agree, Josephine, that maybe it doesn't help anyway. So my position is maybe not to pursue that route. Thank you.
I see our CUSP guru across the way violently agreeing. Julie.
Sue, I'm in the same place as both Josephine and Sachiko, and I couldn't have said it as eloquently as Josephine did, but I was uneasy with trying to define persuasiveness. And also reading through the feedback, I wasn't really sure if that was going to address the real issue. And so I'm one that's not in favor of trying to define it in the standard.
Hi.
Thanks, Tom. Very much agree what I have said, and also have a comment to the definition of persuasiveness. It's not easy to pronounce, and it's good to see that also the native speaker have their problems with this term. Yeah. So I support defining the persuasiveness of audit evidence given the use of the term in the requirements in the ISAs. The problem, in my view, with the proposed definition of persuasiveness of audit evidence is the reference to taking into account the assessed risk of material misstatements, which precludes considering the persuasiveness of audit evidence obtained from risk assessment procedure. The latter phrase should therefore be deleted. There also needs to be a link made, which could be in the application material of persuasive evidence and sufficient appropriate evidence, which means the same thing. Thanks.
Diane.
So, Kai, can I just check? Did I hear you support including a definition?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But my starting point was I support defining. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Diane.
So this one's a bit funny. I initially thought, oh, definitions are great. That's terrific. That helps ground people. It's the right way to go. And my first reaction was, I love it. And then I'm like, you know what? I don't like it. And I think part of the reason is, as Josephine said, I think it can be dangerous to define it because I think it is judgment. And I don't want, I think we run a little bit of afoul of saying there is some recipe to get to that answer. And I think at the end of the day, it does come down to judgment. I think we can handle it through application material, give some direction as to when you might be getting there. But I think defining it actually could be a bit dangerous. So upon further review, I retract my initial comments, and I do think now that you should not define it. Thank you.
And ranks somewhat below journal entries for you. Yes. So I think the majority, Ada?
Thank you. So I'm a member of the task force, and also when we discussed this, we were not all aligned on whether we needed to define this or not. So I'm personally comforted by the comments about not defining it. Because it is a tricky one, and the threshold that the auditor needs to consider, the professional judgment that goes into it, I think is impossible to properly define, and defined as we have tried to do it for the purpose of the standards. Is this going to help the auditor in practice? Well, that's the question I ask myself as well. So thank you. Just wanted to voice my view on this as well.
So the great majority of respondents would suggest not you defining it. However, there's a reason we tried to define it. And so the task force, I think, or the board in general will have to try to at least be responsive to the reason we tried to define it, because it was causing some confusion to respondents. And so that basic response still exists, and we have to be comfortable with whatever position we have as a board if we don't go down the definition route. That's to be determined. Obviously, we have a journey now between now and the finalization of any standard, but it should not be forgotten that there was a reason the task force clearly came up with this proposal. So.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And that's a good steer. And you know, as Ado said, we were we had mixed views, and it's always worth asking the question in those kind of situations to get that broader steer and input. So thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, should we take the next slide, please? So now we're on to evaluating relevance and reliability of information. God, I'm wondering whether I needed a cup of tea before we got to this one, but there we go. Right. So the feedback from the consultation was support for the enhancements in relation to evaluating the relevance and reliability of information, with some concerns around the kind of practical implications of for example, the documentation expectations and so on. And what it would mean in practice for the step up from consider to evaluate, which was a conscious decision from the board. There were suggestions for more clarity needed around the documentation expectations and the spectrum of work that might be needed to evaluate relevance and reliability. And there were also comments around authenticity of information, which we touched on yesterday. There were some views that the requirements could be more explicit for evaluating information prepared by a management's expert. And actually, I was going to say something, Josephine, when you were talking about the ATT piece, because I see the ATT as being similar in some ways to the management expert pieces. You know, if you're going down this route, then there are certain things that you need to keep in mind. And it's interesting that some of the requests were for more specificity of things that I think you could argue are also covered elsewhere in the ISAs. So the task force proposals in this area, we, as you've seen discussed in the issues paper, we were looking at the threshold for the attributes for consideration in the circumstances, and we are proposing amending the descriptor, if you like, to significant in the circumstances. And that recognises the feedback that we had that all attributes are applicable in some manner. The point that we want people to be conscious of is their significance to the information being evaluated, and that varies based on the relative importance to the planned audit procedures. We are also proposing exploring how to clarify the documentation requirements, and that could be looking at building something into a requirement or the application material or both. We have worked through this piece on management experts, and we do continue to believe that the robustness of ED 500 isn't weakened in relation to management experts, but we do recognise there's probably more that we can do to provide examples to enhance the connection between that overarching requirement for evaluating relevance and reliability in paragraph 9 with the then specific considerations for information prepared by a management's expert in paragraph 11. And then we are proposing to split the requirement in paragraph 12A of ED 500 about where there are doubts about relevance and or reliability, because the responses may be different. We were encouraged to think about what modifications there might be to audit procedures, but in the case of relevance, it may not be possible. And so our proposal is that with relevance, we're looking at whether modifications are necessary, and for reliability to look at what modifications that are necessary to resolve the doubts. So again, that's all summarised in the issues paper. And if we take the next question, it's in a remarkably familiar format. So we're looking for your views on the proposals, and obviously if there's anything from the summarisation, then we would appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Ty?
So I have only a very So we have only a very quick response to the change proposed in paragraph 138. I very much agree with this proposed change from applicable in the circumstances to significant in the circumstances. I agree.
Josephine?
Okay, so Sue, apologies, but I'm probably going to move also into the next question a little bit. I'll try not to, but I did feel like and this is related to question 1, in fact, I did feel in this particular area, there was potentially the way that the information was interpreted, it gave a bad feeling about relevance and reliability. But in fact, some of the people who disagreed with what we were doing wanted more, and in a positive manner. So that's a kind of, we'll cover that a little bit more in question 5, but it is related here. But I must say, I also feel like there's some misconception here that there's a requirement in all circumstances. I don't understand why it comes across this way. It's very clear, it's conditional. And again, it's conditional on the auditor's judgment. They make the judgment as to whether you need to go down this route and it's relevant in the circumstances. So it's not, we're not requiring it in all instances, in all circumstances. So I felt like there was a real misunderstanding there of our condition in there. But in terms of the change, significance is a much higher bar to me than applicability. The change will lead, in my views, to some attributes of relevance and reliability not ever being considered appropriately in the circumstances, or even at all when they're applicable. So, and if you think about it, the glossary of terms examples for the definition of significance, because you did make reference to that, so I did go back. For example, there's one where it says where the context is a judgment about whether to report a matter to those charged with governance. So we're now saying that we're in the auditor's mind, in their judgment, they have to think, do I need to test this particular aspect of relevance and reliability? Because in fact, yes, I do need to talk to those charged with governance about it. It just doesn't make sense. And I think it's a real step backwards to then set a threshold. And as I say, it doesn't really fit with how we have significance in our glossary. And I'm really worried about bringing in this much, much higher bar. Thank you, Sue.
Julie?
Thank you, Sue. I was, what I heard was that it was not clear. So Josephine, I did hear something different, that people are not interpreting it as we may have intended, and that they are interpreting it as a more, a less conditional, more always there requirement. So I was supportive of the task force exploring what we could do to address that issue. Originally, I wasn't offended by significance, but I'm presuming, Sue, that's something the task force is going to spend some more time thinking through, and based on what you hear today. But I was thinking that it was a good idea for the task force to explore what could be done there, because it was interpreted to be applicable in every circumstance all the time. I know we put words in the explanatory memo that said it wasn't a checklist, but people were still reading it like that. And so I guess cautiously open to exploring something different in that regard. You mentioned that you're going to take another look at documentation, and you haven't tackled that one yet. So stay tuned, I guess, for that, right? The other point, and the suggestion from the task force to split the doubts about relevance and reliability, I just didn't think we needed to do that. I thought it was overcomplicated, perhaps. I think it's, you have a doubt, you need to do something. You need to react in some way, whether that's due to relevance or whether that's due to reliability. And I just thought that splitting it out and using different terms was potentially overcomplicating it. Thank you.
Diane?
So I think this is, both of these questions that you've got in this section are a little bit of maybe us at the risk of getting a little too precise. And this gets back to expectation gap and looking for silver bullets. And we're talking about evidence, and evidence is so dependent on judgment of the auditor. Okay, so on your suggestion about significant, I really was not a fan of significant. I kept coming back to the word appropriate, not applicable, but appropriate, even appropriate in the auditor's judgment, because I do think Josephine said it well. You know, it does come down to that judgment element, and I think judgment is okay. And I would hate to see us take judgment out of auditing. You know, there are some things that are black and white, but there is a heck of a lot of judgment as long as it's exercised appropriately. So to me, as opposed to applicable, I liked appropriate. I was not a big fan of significant. And on relevance and reliability, again, I thought we're getting too prescriptive. And I didn't think it was necessary. So those are my views on this. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, Sue?
Okay, I think this is an area we've spent a lot of time on, and I can't describe the number of alternative descriptors that we've played with, and we've got good reasons why lots of them are not appropriate, relevant, whatever term you might want to use. And it goes back to the comment I think I made in the introduction that there are the attributes tend to be appropriate in some way, and it's what we're looking at is the kind of level and things. So obviously we will take this away and reflect on it. I mean, Josephine, you read one particular example out of the glossary, but there are plenty of others, and the kinds of things that we were looking at were, when it talks about significance being considered in the context of qualitative and quantitative factors, relative magnitude, those kind of the nature and effect on subject matter. I mean, there's a lot of things in there that we felt were very aligned with the kind of thing that we were trying to achieve. So that was the rationale. And our thought is to build out a more tailored example, as we've done in other standards when we're talking about significance in that particular context. So the plan would be to describe, add application material, and so on. But I think we've had some feedback there. It's obviously something we need to keep coming back on, and we will certainly look at how we can sort of build that out.
Yeah, I guess my one point too is, I guess I get concerned when I look at the monitoring group responses on this, that I would not want anyone to think that we're taking a step backwards from requirements. So whatever we do, I think in this section, we need to be in pretty close contact with regulators throughout who are enforcing our standards to make sure that it is not a step back. It's not to say that our approach is, but we have to understand the thinking about that, how it's going to be applied, what the concerns are, because I think we try to we're trying to avoid that situation. So not a comment on where we are right now, but I think that's an important interaction going forward.
It is, Tom, and I think what we're wrestling with is the broadening we've made in ED 500, which is looking at all sources of audit evidence and things, which then brings in some different challenges. So I can see Janine has her.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, I also wanted to say that I read also some respondents were concerned about additional work effort, but I also think that relevance and reliability, we want to strengthen this standard also, and that's actually one of the purposes. So yes, some of the areas will require more work effort. So yeah, I also wanted to highlight that. So it's not maybe there's maybe not a need then to start looking for another threshold if additional work is required to meet the objective. Thanks.
Do you want to tackle completeness and accuracy?
So why don't you give the lead in, then we'll break, because I don't think we'll complete it before our scheduled break at 10:30. So introduce it, get everyone thinking about it with a cup of coffee or tea or water or whatever it is over the break, and then we'll come back and tackle completeness and accuracy.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can take the next slide, please, Michelle. So completeness and accuracy is an area where we had genuinely mixed views. They were at different ends of the spectrum, and we do need a steer here as to where we go. So on the one hand, we had concerns that what we were proposing is a less robust approach compared to extant, and that more prescriptive requirements are needed to evaluate whether information produced by the entity in particular is sufficiently reliable. Or the opposite end of the spectrum was that we were putting undue focus on accuracy and completeness relevant to the other attributes, and the inclusion of this conditional requirement would diminish the importance of considering the other attributes of reliability. And that's particularly in the context of external information. There were also concerns expressed about the actual ability to comply with the requirement in relation to external information. So we have presented for your consideration two options that we've been looking at. The first would be to remove paragraph 10, which is the conditional requirement, but to add quite specific essential material to the requirement in paragraph 9 to explain that completeness and accuracy are ordinarily significant attributes for information from sources internal to the entity. And then option 2 is to replace paragraph 10 with a new requirement to obtain audit evidence about accuracy and completeness for information from sources internal to the entity. And again, that's supported by essential material. That's quite similar to where we are at the moment. The audit evidence task force views on the options is that option 1 really aligns more closely with the principle-based approach that we've been asked to build out, and it doesn't impose a particular requirement based on the source of the information. And again, the project brief was to look at different sources. It also addresses the circularity in paragraphs 9 and 10 that was cited by respondents around continual looping. However, option 2, of course, retains the requirement from extant to obtain evidence about accuracy and completeness from information produced by the entity. And so we do recognise it may be seen as being a more robust approach. So that's the background to the options that are presented. That's once I'm refueled with tea, we'll be looking for your input on.
Okay, we'll come back to that. I think Billy wants to announce, I just got an email related to LCA. So Billy, I assume that's what you want to announce.
Yes, I just wanted to flag to the board members that the document that Kai and the LCE task force will discuss has been posted and emailed to board members. But don't worry, it's not a lot of issues that we're bringing back. So Kai will also talk the board through those issues. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to break. Let's reconvene at 5 to 11. So you still get a half an hour, and then we'll continue to finish the audit evidence paper. Okay, could we get back to our seats? Okay, welcome back. We're going to continue with audit evidence. I'll turn it back. Well, actually, Sue has already introduced the section on accuracy and completeness. We could go to the questions, I believe. Thank you. Question 1 remains the same. Question 6 is specific to this section. Josephine?
Thank you. So I guess, Sue, this goes back to the point I was making before, where I felt like in some ways we often think of when people disagree as it being negative, but actually the reasons for disagreeing was more positive about what we have. And I agree with Julie's point earlier that this is not being, these particular requirements in our standard are not being read as conditional, even though they are. It's clear to us they are. So there is something that needs to be done. But I don't think either option here actually addresses the points being raised. And in both cases, I think, again, to my previous point, they really are a step backwards from where we are today, let alone in what it is that we're trying to achieve. So changing this isn't working. So 17 respondents were happy. That's not an insignificant number. I know we're not just dealing with numbers, but that's not an insignificant number. And then, as I say, those who disagreed with the position, the majority were looking for us to strengthen this requirement, which meant 8 suggesting that we elevate all the other attributes alongside accuracy and completeness with equal standing. 5 saying it should not be conditional. And then we did say that 6 did say that it may not work as well as external information. But I go back to the same point. This is a conditional requirement. And in some cases, particularly that there's so much data that comes from external sources now, that it's really important that the auditors do use their professional judgment and think of this external data. I've got to test relevance and reliability. I do need to think about the appropriate attributes in that regard. And if you can't, and if they're not relevant, they're not relevant. But I think moving back to it only being in terms of internal information, it isn't the right direction. And that's not what we were trying to strengthen this and recognize how things work today and where that information is sourced. And it is sourced a lot more from outside the entity as well. So I think there is a potential fear of making the wrong judgment here with either of these options. And so from that perspective, I think it's to what Tom was saying earlier, that we just need to, again, have another look, stand back and think about if there are ways, to Julie's point, that we can just make it much clearer that these are conditional and also help with that professional judgment. But ultimately, we don't have the right solution. We don't have the one silver bullet, Julie, Diane's word, for professional judgment. The auditor just has to apply it, and we can give more guidance to help them in that regard. But I'm ever so sorry, I'm not supportive of either of these options being presented. Thank you.
Anyone else? Does that mean, sorry, Warren?
Yeah, thanks, Josephine. I have a very similar view. I thought to sort of have completeness and accuracy as the 2 conditional while the others were not could be problematic. especially as we start moving towards using more of these automated tools and analytical techniques to process the different data which we might collect during the engagement. And I didn't really see the relevance of the distinction between internal or external sources of information. So I would also be in favor of sort of saying, these are all of the attributes which you need to think about when looking at sufficiency and appropriateness. One or more of them may not be applicable in your circumstances, and then move forward from there. And again, to Julie and Josephine's point, it might just create a much more simplified model for how we think about the data which we want to use when we're actually compiling or putting together the relevant procedures.
Bill.
Yeah, I think it's ditto to what Josephine and Warren have said. It's being conditional, I think, is a very important point to understand. But definitely, I don't think we should separate internal and external information.
Julie.
I'm supportive of making it clear about the conditionality, but I guess I'm listening to this and I come to this meeting with a preference for option one. And the reason why I thought it combined what we were trying to get at in our exposure draft, but maybe a little bit more clearly around internal information. So there's still the condition, I believe, in option one. Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you still got the condition there because you're talking still about the attributes. But there's a bit of a backstop there to say completeness and accuracy are ordinarily considered for internal information, which I thought was better understood by those that were reading it. So I'm all for exploring other options, but I did kind of prefer option one when I was reading papers.
Kai?
Thanks. Referring to this question, I prefer neither option because paragraph 10 seems to be implicitly focused on information obtained from responses to risk, when in fact information obtained from the entity is also used for risk assessment procedures, and in this case to accuracy and completeness of information is secondary. If paragraph 10 were to remain with either option, it needs to be limited to information used as evidence for responses to risk. In any cases, the infinitive loop needs to be, in my view, mitigated. Thanks.
Diane?
So I think this is another example of maybe trying to overbuild this. I came to the meeting similar to Julie in favor of option one. But I do think, I hate to say this and it sounds like a parent, it depends. You know, I don't think it's as crystal clear. I think it is conditional. I think there are situations where you absolutely need to deal with accuracy and completeness because of the nature of the evidence and how you want to use nature of the information, how you want to use that information as evidence in the context of the audit procedure you're executing. And I think there's a story for everything. And I'm a little concerned about being a little overstructured here versus trying to address this through examples and application materials. So that is my overall feeling. Although if you put me in a corner, I would err on option one. Thank you.
Shall we?
Thanks. So I come into the meeting supporting option one, and I'm still there. So probably more aligned with Julie. I think it is clearer now based on what has been drafted, and it's just just in terms of the comment that we are stepping back from what we have in the X10. I think this helped clarify that we are not. And it makes it very clear for sources internal that this is something that you will absolutely need to do. And it doesn't make it exclusive to information from sources internal to entity. I think you just make it clear that for those internal to entity, you need to do this. For external, there are all these other broader consideration that we have built up nicely in the ED that you need to think about.
Sachika?
Thank you. And first of all, I came to the meeting a little bit late because I have other small meeting. So with regard to the question, actually I'm with Chun-Wei. I came to the meeting with supporting option 1 because it more, in my mind, crisp and easy to understand and address the issue that raised by respondent. But of course, I'm okay to seek other alternatives, but so far I support option 1. That's my suggestion, comment. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you, Tommy. I just wanted to clarify something because Chun-Wei said that in terms of step back from the extent, that's not what I meant. I actually meant we're a step back from what we had exposed, which we had not made this, we had not created any difference between sources internal or external to the entity. It didn't matter where the source was, but the attributes of accuracy and completeness were or could be applicable in the circumstances. Again, it's a conditional requirement on the judgment, but I feel that this is going backwards to what we were trying to achieve in the exposure draft. Thank you.
And I was just reacting to what respondents say. I think there's some respondent thinking that we are sort of stepping back, less robust, less stringent than what we have next. And so I was just responding to that.
Well, there were clearly some concerns expressed across board members about the differentiation between internal and external on this point. No one is jumping up supporting option 2, but there's a sense among some disquiet or concern about option 1 even in those instances. So Sue, I don't know if you need to resolve it today, but the feedback sort of is that we may need to consider the approach here.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we've got some good feedback. I mean, there was actually a reference to internal material in the ED in the application material, and actually what we're looking at here is basically elevating some of what was in the application material to the ED. But I think what's probably come through to me from just about everybody who's spoken is the emphasis on the conditionality of what's already there, and I think we should be looking at how we can make that clearer. The intent was always to build out more in the application material, and I think that's it's an opportunity to do that. But I think from a task force perspective, we've got a steer from the board. I'm not hearing a lot of support around option 2, so we will go away and develop next steps. Okay, so let's roll on to the next section, please. So we're on to the stand back requirements, and so here by way of feedback. Again, this was one where there were mixed views on the stand back, and there were comments around the duplication of work effort with ISA 330. There were suggestions to optimize the various stand backs across the ISAs to increase their effectiveness. And there were also suggestions to broaden the scope of this stand back to explicitly address all the information obtained during the audit. So this is another question where we had, kind of polar opposite in the way of feedback. By way of task force reflection and responses, I mean, I'd probably reference back to the initial steer we had around not 330. But what we did based on this feedback was we reviewed the various standbacks in the ISAs, including those that we've got proposed in ED 500 and the proposed one in ED 570. And as we explained in the issues paper, we felt there were benefits in retaining paragraph 13A of ED 500, because that's essentially closing the loop on the requirement on 8B. So 8B is about designing and performing audit procedures to meet the purpose of the procedure. And so this is really just that reflection back of did we achieve what we planned to do? And I'd probably refer to that more as a closing the loop than a stand back, because it is, you know, a stand back's pretty extensive. So our suggestion is that instead of linking to the stand back in 330, we refocus the 13A on the procedure. We also acknowledge that if it is retained, the level at which that requirement is performed will need to be further considered and addressed. At the moment, it says it's performed at the audit procedure level. We do acknowledge the concerns about the overlap of the stand back in paragraph 13B of ED 500. I mean, it was something we recognised we wanted to get feedback on, and the overarching stand back as to whether sufficient appropriate evidence has been obtained, and the stand back there in 330. The analysis that we did of the various standbacks in the ISAs didn't throw up any specific gaps that we felt should be addressed. So on that basis, our initial thinking is that we should kill paragraph 13B of ED 500, so removing that standback. So if we move on to the next slide, please. We have the recurring question 1 and the questions here on feedbacks on the proposal for the standback. So can we shift on to the next slide, please? Has it gone? Perfect. Okay, Tom.
Okay, stand back. Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Very brief. So I agree that the stand back in 13 little b should be removed. I'm less sure about the proposed treatment of paragraph 13 little a, which depends, in my view, upon the project to revise ISA 330. But I agree. Thanks.
Julie?
Same. So I was supportive of the task force's view, probably shared similar views along your journey before the ED as well. So I thought what you had described made sense, and I'm supportive.
Josephine?
Generally okay with the direction, thank you. 13B deletion would be okay, but I think the wording in 13B is slightly better than 330.26. So perhaps you do need to look at 26 and 330 and whether that needs to be updated. But I'm just curious, deleting 3B and 500 then leaves the ED paragraph 14 hanging again, like it is in extant. And I thought that 13B was a neat thread that pulled them together. And so I don't know, maybe perhaps the task force can mull over how will that work now, because it just worked well before. So, what will happen to 14? Should it be moved to 330 as well? And it's relevant to both of them. So yeah, if I can leave that one with you, I don't have any solution right now. Thank you.
Diane?
I'm okay with the recommendation to remove the stand back in 500, keep the one in 26, but when I say keep it, just make a pit stop and make sure that we're okay with how it's written, or if we want to dust it up. Thanks.
Anyone else? You got some, Edda?
Thank you, Tom. So I guess, so this is nothing to do with this standard now, but if we're directionally going with removing the standback from 13B, I guess we will then need to introduce the standback in 240. Because, or don't we then think a standback would be necessary for 240? I thought it would, but so I'll then go on the record to add to the comments that I gave yesterday.
You don't have any 240 comments left, though. Okay, well, noted to the 240 task force. Sue?
Yeah, thanks. I'm so pleased I've given you the opportunity to come back to 240. And just, I mean, really just a couple of observations. Obviously, what we wanted to do here was get the feedback on whether 13B stays in or out. You'll also recognise the project brief was to not touch 330. I think we've got sufficient steer by way of the feedback that that we can look at the 330.26. And we do recognise that there's other kind of tidying up that we need to do if 13B comes out. So now that we have the support for that, we'll go and do quite a lot of dusting, Diane. Okay, that's great. So I think, Tom, if you're okay, we'll just move on to, there's a couple of slides on some other feedback that we had, which Ida's going to present.
Thank you, Sue. For other matters, translations and effective dates, from the feedback, respondents asked for clarity around the following areas, including work efforts related to authenticities of information and how it interacts with the ISO 200 and ISO 240. Interactions of paragraph 8 of ED 500 with the ISO 315 and ISO 330. Also for the phase intended purpose for audit procedures. Besides, respondents supposed to align ISO 330 and certain ISOs of the 500 series based on the changes proposed in the ED 500, including for technology. We also note that there are no significant translation issues and there is general support for the proposed effective date. I would like to hand it back to Sue for the next question. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, I think that's the due process slide. So if anybody has any comments on that, on this final section.
Anyone? Bill?
Two questions, I think. One is para 173. Have we concluded that we will remove that auditors may accept records and documents as genuine unless there's reason to the contrary? Have we agreed that on for 240 and for this standard? Sue? Do you know?
I thought we'd agreed 240.
No, I don't
no?
believe we have on
Just
240.
okay.
We agreed that we should explore what to do in the absence of the sentence that has been omitted, but there's no conclusion on that point yet, and it will have ramifications beyond.
Well, that was the question I was asking. And the other question is para 181 points out the need to take a broader approach to technology than just in one particular standard. And as I say, that's something I'm sure we'll revisit with the work plan.
Yes, that's very much on the docket, which would impact, obviously, effective date, et cetera, if we were to do something in conjunction, for example, with 330 and 520. Any other comments on this section? See any? Sue?
Okay, thanks. It's probably worth just highlighting that in a consultation where we had a lot of very diverse views, the one thing we did have agreement on was the effective date, which of course we're going to discuss in a minute. So let's just stick it out there. So next slide, please. Just on the way forward, I mean, clearly we're about to go into a discussion about the strategy and work plan that may well impact some of this, but just by way of some of the narrow areas that we've talked about, and we are conscious that wherever we go on technology and other things, there is work to be done in 500. We've had feedback, we've had the board steer in some of these areas, so we will continue to progress a number of the pieces of material as we go forward. And then at the moment, the audit evidence is expected to be approved in June 24, but of course we have the next session coming up where obviously we'll be looking broader at other pieces. So I think that concludes audit evidence for today, Tom.
Any reactions or final observations from board members? Jim, I'll turn to you. Reflections from the CAG perspective.
I don't really have anything in addition, Tom, just that I think some of the discussions were reflective of the CAG discussions.
Thank you. Janine?
Yes, thanks. Yes, well, I have listened with a lot of interest to the discussions, very good discussions. And these discussions reflect the core of the public interest issues as published by the PIOB for this 500 standard. And so they're all going to the heart actually of public interest issues. And I like to mention most important elements that from a public interest perspective we consider important in view of the need for further strengthening, enhancing clarity and of certain requirements and further modernization of ISA 500 revised. So more specifically, strengthening the auditor's role regarding the relevance and reliability of information in view of possible fraudulent information or unreliable sources of information, and encouraging auditors where appropriate to seek external sources of specific information which could contradict or corroborate audit evidence obtained from the client, addressing new technologies, also the risk of over-reliance on those new technologies or ATT. But that's not only for the ISA 500 standard relevant, but also for other related standards. And I like the integrated approach that was mentioned during the discussions in that sense. Strengthening of professional skepticism in evaluating whether there is sufficient appropriate audit evidence obtained to support the opinion, and regarding the reliability of information which will be used as audit evidence. Another thing that wasn't discussed that much, but what we also see as important to be addressed in this standard is clarifying the minimum level of audit evidence resulting from internal control testing and its impact on audit evidence needed from substantive testing. And last but not least, giving consideration to the balance between application material and requirements, also in view of driving improved behaviors, clarity and enforceability. And there are, in my view, a couple of things like the attributes that are very much explained in application material that could be maybe best be addressed also sometimes in a requirement to really make it enforceable, to drive different behaviors and to provide further clarity on the requirement level as such. And having listened to the discussion, and I know it's maybe not very easy to provide further clarity to some of the things that stakeholders requested or expect, but I was thinking that there could be maybe merit in exploring whether a flowchart could be helpful in the application material, which could further explain relevance and reliability and their attributes in relation to sources of information and persuasiveness and other aspects, as there is also a kind of hierarchy that can be distinguished. As an example, if information not relevant, the reliability is not longer relevant either, as the information could not be used as audit evidence. So there are different ways maybe also to explore how to explain this further in the application material. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to close audit evidence right now. We're a little ahead of schedule, but maybe what I'll ask to do is have the LCE team have time to set up, probably in about 5 minutes, and then we'll get going on the LCE presentation. let's get back to business. We have agenda item 2F, which is a targeted turnaround of selected paragraphs for the LCE standard. I'm gonna turn it over to Kai and see how he and the Viking are doing.
Thank you. The ship is back. We're doing, I think we're still doing well. The team of Vikings, I would say. There may be more of them coming later.
Not the Minnesota Vikings who were vanquished by my Eagles this last week. But.
No. So you did receive an email, and it's also posted to F, where we took back some of the targeted issues from the discussion yesterday. So if we start, you can go to the next slide, Michelle. If we start on the first one, if you look to the EEM below 1.1.1, we took that EEM out around the early adoption of the or before effective date. Reason for that is that if we look into how we do this in the ISAs, it's never in the standard. It's always in the basis for conclusion. As soon as the effective date has passed, the EM would be outdated. So we took that out. So if we go to the next thing that we brought back, famous paragraph 1.4.5 and the EM below that, there were a lot of comments around the last paragraph there, and especially around the example. As you see from what we've done, we took the example out. We did get some suggestion from board members to look into if there are other examples in ISA 220 that we could put in instead. We did look at that. They were not really, I would say that they're often aimed at non-LCEs. So it was really hard to find an example that would be appropriate in this circumstance. So based on the discussion we had yesterday and then what we had available in 220, we decided not to add anything, add a new example there. So then we can go on to the next. It's 5.5.2 and 5.5.3. They're the specific documentation requirements in planning. If you remember the discussion and Eric's point saying that there is no underlying requirement behind what's in 5.5.2, we did look at this again, and probably when we did put the requirements in the boxes at the time, we probably were a little bit over eager trying to keep something left outside of the box. There is no similar requirement to that in the ISAs, and it's 5.5.3 is really a documentation requirement that aligns with the requirement in 5.2.7. Similar requirements are in part 6, so it would be caught also in that part outside the engagement team discussion, as 5.2.7 is around engagement team discussion. And then also we did some combining into the paragraph in 5.5.3 so that it would cover the whole situation. So going on to the next change is 7.4.17. Neil had a point saying that the ISAs here, or the ISA for LCE is stricter than the ISAs. When we combine this into one paragraph, we have looked at that, and if you'll see then in A, we've took out including any changes from prior period to avoid the duplication, and then in E, we've limited that to methods, significant assumptions, and data, so that we now should be aligned with the relevant in the ISAs themselves. So next one, around 7.4.28, around service organization. Eric had a point there that B is not really clear, and the last part of it was maybe alluding to that you should send someone else to do it. So it would be component auditor maybe. So we've taken that last part out of the B, so that we're not, in a way, driving you in a direction that you can't go. The last one is around the auditor's report and 9.4.1. Kai-Uwe had a comment there relating to the consistency with the ISO 700 and paragraph 51. What we have, we probably combined a little bit too much in the draft that we had. So the previous wording of A focused only on certain parts of paragraph 51. So the solution to that was to reword paragraph A, so that now focus only on paragraph 50 of 730, and that we added a new paragraph or a new bullet B to align with paragraph 51 of 700. So to deal with the situation where if you follow national standards, you can also claim compliance with the ISA for LCE if you complied with both of them, and that you can it includes the elements of the report as required by the ISA for LCE. So that was the introduction that I wanted to give to this, and then open if there are any reactions to that. I would say that we, in addition, we've had some offline comment or not offline discussions with a few board members to further understand some of their comments raised, and also to explain our position on those. But I think going back to you, Tom, and if there are any reactions to what we've seen now.
Okay. How would you want us to take it, all at once, or do you want to go check sort of down the list? It may be more orderly that way.
Yeah, we can go from the top, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So any comments on the change to paragraph 1.1.1? Josephine, is yours on that?
I'm very supportive of that change. Thank you. And it was responsive to a comment I made as well. I thought it'd be better off to actually making this discussion in the basis conclusions anyway. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to EEM of paragraph 1.4.5. Josephine?
I'm sorry, thank you. So the deletion, I understand, and that's sort of where we got to at the board meeting, and that was sort of as it were, the marching orders. But actually, when you look at it now, it really isn't particularly helpful. It's saying, you know, there are pressures that impede the appropriate exercise of professional skepticism. It's like, okay, well, thank you. That's a matter of fact. That's great. But why have you told me this? What do you want me to do about it? So I think it could be just worthwhile just popping in what I suggested before, just going back to that 220 stuff and just popping in, and therefore you need to think about it. And this is an example that might help, and just lifting one of those, including how you might mitigate it. Otherwise, I just don't know how that's helpful. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Any reaction, Kai?
Yeah, I think that is what we actually tried to do. And found it hard to find an example that actually would be helpful in this context and would be LCE relevant, so to say, because a lot of the examples that are there are aimed at non-LCE situations. So we did try, we did have multiple versions. Some of them become really long, and at the end of the day, it was like, this really helped. So I think we just need as a board to decide then where do we want to go with this.
So anyone else on the board have a concern about this sentence without an example? I don't see any. I think, Kai, I think you're fine with procedure. Okay, let's go to paragraphs 5.5.2 and 5.5.3 around specific documentation requirements planning. Anyone have any comments on the documentation paragraphs? Okay, we're good there. And
Just trying to think. So auditor shall include in the audit documentation the discussion. How do you document the discussion? By putting the recording on file? Or is it the outcome of the discussion? Or
maybe, yes, where you could explain why we got to the language here.
Yeah, the language is based on 315, which says exactly the same right now. So what we basically did is the requirement 38A from 315, and then we added to the back of that requirement 45A of 240. So that's what we've done. So we haven't basically added any words to that.
Or maybe change it to document the matters discussed by the engagement team and significance. So let's maybe give that some thought.
Julie?
I was going to say something similar. Jasper, you may remember in the fraud in 240 proposed, we, I think, had a similar comment come back about documenting the discussion, and we came up with some alternative wording in there. Maybe we could go and look at that as an option.
Okay.
It's similar to what Ado just suggested.
We won't call it a wrong though in 315. We can improve the language. Okay, 7.4.17 canon estimate. Neil?
Yep, thanks. Thanks for considering some of the changes. When I have a look at it, I mean, one might just be an ordering thing, so it's not a big deal, but perhaps the bullet point E could read better if it was moved to below B. So you've got the methods selected are appropriate, any of the significant assumptions, and you say any changes, and that follows on from each other. And then I'm just trying to get whether there's a duplication between G, so calculations are mathematically accurate, and whether judgments have been applied consistently. How is that different in terms of the judgments being applied consistently to the significant assumptions and data are consistent and appropriate, and their integrity maintained and applying the method? So is there a duplication in what we're asking in B and what we're then asking around the judgments being applied in G?
So I didn't see any objections to the reordering. And you could give a think about what Neil said, but I don't think it would be a fatal flaw in any circumstances. Okay, 7.4.28. Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and generally supportive of the text that's been removed from B. It does leave me though with a question about what those further audit procedures to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence might be. And I recognize that in 402 there's one of the requirements there is helpful and sort of explaining the types of things the auditor might do in that circumstance. So I just wondered if you'd consider I don't know, an EEM paragraph or adding something to the requirement. Thanks.
Yeah, and very happy that we were able to have a conversation in the break. So we did discuss this briefly, and at that point we did also have a suggestion whether it's worthwhile adding something to B or to an EEM around, because the first one is around what's available at the entity. So the second would be then, similar, if you look into 402 paragraph 12, it would be relevant, it would be related to C and D, or C and or B and C. So it would be contacting the service organization to obtain specific information or visiting the service organization and performing procedure. So something to cover off, to add some more specificity around performing additional procedures. So because the first one is saying at the entity, so the second would then be something in contact with the service organization.
Neil, were you coming back on this? Straight 10. Okay, let's turn to the auditor's report.
Briefly, Kai, thanks very much for allowing the paragraph 9.41 to ISA 700 paragraph 51, and the explanation you made was absolutely correct. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ada?
I was looking at B, and I was trying to work out how this logically works, because if the auditor is applying a national auditing standard, you're never here. So why is it here? And I with the help of my technical advice, he reminded me that this probably comes from, was it 700, where you're reporting for compliance with both standards, so both the national standards as well as the ISAs, but that's as well as is not part here. So I think including this paragraph doesn't add anything. Well, if you're applying the local standard, you're never here. You're not going to look here. And it's not a conditionality for the standard.
Why do you, I guess you're making an assumption here. Why wouldn't that be the case? There could be instances that you apply both a national standard and a...
But that's not how this paragraph is drafted. So, and in 700, it's drafted along the lines of your reporting on both standards, I thought.
I guess I don't find the problem. I guess I'm confused about what the problem is. You could be in both standards here, even if you're using it. For example, say country X adopts ISA for LCEs into law. They then enhance a requirement. They don't carve something out. And that they want to be clear that their standard is their local standard, ISA for their whatever their name for their ISA for LCEs, and that it is equivalent to our ISA for LCE standard. Wouldn't this paragraph apply? Maybe I'm reading it. Isabel, you want to?
Yes, I think Edo is not questioning what we mean, is questioning the wording. Because the first sentence does not work. It says the auditor is required to conduct an audit in accordance with a local standard. And then we say if it is the case, he may refer to ISA for LCE in addition. So the construction of the paragraph does not work very well to explain that you want to refer to both.
I guess we can take back and look at the wording of the paragraph if we agree that this paragraph should be here.
Okay. We could look at the wording. It was clear to me, but maybe it could be clearer. Okay, any other comments? We could work on that. But people are supportive of the concept of introducing this paragraph with some further clarity. Right, okay. Ty?
Thank you. Then we will, we are busy working on finalizing the updated draft that we, I think in the papers we said we will provide you by 2 p.m. tomorrow. We are hoping it might be a little bit earlier. So it may come in your inboxes and be posting a little bit earlier. Don't want to commit to a specific timing, but hoping that it could be earlier than that.
Great, okay. Anything else you want to raise? Any questions, comments, final thoughts, advice to the LCE task force? Yeah. Fernando says he wants to vote on it today. Yeah, and he did give the advice, keep it simple. Probably. The last minute changes are always the ones that add complexity. Okay, well, we'll break now. Let's reconvene at 1 p.m. When we reconvene, we'll go into the strategy and work plan. This puts us a half an hour ahead of schedule. So 1 p.m., we'll move the breaks up a half hour in the afternoon, and we'll go as far as we need to go in terms of the strategy and work plan. Okay, thank you. Okay, could we start get it back to our table? Patty, good to see you.
Microphone.
Cool. So we have the slides on the screen. Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're going to kick it off with strategy and work plan here. As you remember, we put our strategy and work plan proposals out for comment. We had a robust response to our strategy and work plan proposal. And our goal today is to give you the feedback and get your suggestions on our proposed changes done in response to the comments that we received. The other thing to say is that we've left the work plan element a little bit more open-ended to elicit more conversation around this room and to benefit from some of the feedback we got from the ED 500 responses as well. Before I begin, and Lily will be helping with this presentation, I did want to thank Hankin, who you don't see her name on the slide, but she was instrumental in putting the analysis together, and Fadi and Jan Thijs and Ida, all who've played a role of getting us here. Fadi, we're sorry you're not here in person with us today, but we look forward to welcoming you over to New York shortly, as soon as everything is all set. So our goal is to go through this presentation. If you could flip the slide. We're gonna recap where we are. We're gonna discuss a little bit of strategy, then we'll get into the work plan, other considerations in the way forward. So let me give you a recap of where we are. We had an opportunity to discuss this with our CAG last week, but I think it's really worth reminding people what the strategy is supposed to be and what it is not. Your strategy document your strategy is supposed to be your North Star to guide where your priorities are going forward. It is not an operational plan that encompasses everything an organization must do on a daily basis. So our strategy will never be, we set standards. That could be our strategy, but it wouldn't distinguish ourselves, or we're gonna pay people on the given payroll days. Those are ordinary business as usual things. What our strategy is meant to do is to set an ambitious goal, describe what challenges and opportunities we will face while trying to attempt to reach that ambitious goal, set the outcomes that will impact whether we achieve our goal or not, and then describe the actions that we're going to take to achieve those outcomes. And not surprisingly, our strategy document resembles that in structure. Our goal, strategic drivers, strategic objectives, and potential actions. Our work plan, to some extent, follows on from that. Our work plan, in fact, is very tied to our strategic objectives 1 and 2. in this document and is impacted in our ability to achieve it by strategic objectives 3 and 4. So that just is a reminder of what we're trying to accomplish in the strategy and work plan document. And we really look forward to conversation today. So if you flip over the slide, so you remember one of our strategic objectives in our existing work plan was to really intensify the engagement with stakeholders in our effort to become very committed to the public interest. And if you compare where we are today in the amount of respondents and the diversity of respondents on a strategy document compared to what we had when we did the one in 20, I think it was 2020, it's gotten broader and more diverse and more interaction going on. So we're quite happy with the breadth of input that we receive throughout the world from all types of organizations out there. Additionally, these are not the only input points we've had on our strategy work plan proposal. We met, I think, with all the members of the monitoring group. We've met with the PIOB as well. We've had other interactions either with national standard setters or IFAC and IFAC member bodies. So we have gotten a lot of benefit of input. And of course, if you flip the slide, you'll see we met with CAG last week, which not surprisingly, a lot of the discussion focused on the work plan elements of our strategy and work plan. Like the commentators on our document, there was broad support for what I call the strategy portion, or the things that dealt with strategy, our strategic goal, are the drivers, the strategic objectives and the action points, with some recommendations throughout about articulation, ordering, emphasis, but broad support, and then suggestions about what we do with the allocation of our resources as it relates to the work plan. And some of the themes you'll see on this slide, not surprisingly, were reflected in our 500 discussion. Technology being a big issue, how we deal with 500 going forward, because that probably will impact our most immediate project choices, and some flexibility to deal with sustainability assurance and other projects in the future. Maybe I should pause there and ask Jim if that's a fair reflection of the discussion at CAG. I forgot that Jim is, I forgot that he's teaching this afternoon. I was like, if he were here, he would say he really agrees with what I just said. But we could ask him later. I'm going to turn it over to Billy right now to summarize what we heard at the consultation, and then I look forward to the discussion on the strategy and work plan.
Thank you, Tom. Michelle, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so we'll split the discussion into the two main sections of the document and focus first on the strategy section. So just a reminder again that when we issued the consultation paper, we really issued a draft of the strategy and work plan, and we've received comments on that. And you will see in the strategy section, as we discussed it in the issues paper in agenda item 5, that this is the section where we've already responded to the comments, and the planning committee is presenting proposed changes based on the comments received in the actual strategy document, which is in agenda item 5B. So Michelle, if we can go to the next slide, please. So firstly, if we focus on the goals, the goal, key to success, and stakeholder value proposition, there was really broad support from respondents for the proposed goal. Obviously, there were some suggestions in terms of clarifying some of the messaging in the goal. So the goal that you see on the slide is the goal as it is now revised and proposed to be the goal as stated. And in agenda item 5B, you would have seen a marked up version marked from the consultation paper. So the goal as it stands after some of the changes that we've made reads to serve the public interest by developing the globally accepted and leading audit review and other assurance standards, enabling the consistent performance of quality engagements that enhance trust in external reporting and evolve in a timely manner to meet changing public interest demands. I must say, when I read this again last night, I thought, well, we could probably say where we have audit review and other assurance, we can probably just say audit and assurance, but I leave that to the board to comment on that. Like I said, the marked changes you will see in agenda item 5B. We did have respondents that requested that we should put into the goal also the quality management standards. But as Thomas indicated, we are deliberately wish to emphasize what our focus is going to be for this strategy period, for 2024 to 2027, and for this strategy period, as it's reflected also in the strategic objectives and as it flows through to the work plan, is really on the audit and assurance standards. However, just to make sure that people understand that we fully have in mind the full context of our suite of standards, we have made proposed changes on pages 5 and 6 of agenda item 5B to draw attention to the full suite of our standards. That obviously then includes quality management standards as well. What we also saw is that in this section where respondents commented on the goal and this and the stakeholder value proposition, there were some comments that we didn't address in the strategy section, but were very valuable in terms of carrying them through to some of the changes we made to certain of the strategic drivers, some of the strategic actions, and even in the work plan. And I will point those out when we come to those specific sections. So Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So I think this is where we're going to pause for the first question to the board, and the board is asked for its views on the goal, keys to success, and stakeholder value proposition in agenda item 5B. That's the marked version of the strategy document, and obviously in view of the matters as they were discussed in section C1 of agenda item 5. So Tom, we can take any comments or observations.
Okay, thank you, Billy. So this is effectively up to page 7 of the revised strategy document. Ty?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Willie, for the explanation, the presentation. I have a brief comment referring to page 7, where the title is our stakeholder value proposition, which you have mentioned, Willie. It's a brief comment referring to the term. I think it's the third bullet point, our work plan, where we have the term while balancing timeliness and quality. So in my view, not only timeliness and quality, but also stability and robustness are matters that need to be balanced. The words could be changed to read, so I have a proposal, while balancing timeliness, stability, quality, and robustness. That would be my suggestion. Thanks.
Okay, Diane.
Thanks, Tom. I have a couple comments. I guess one is maybe more confusion or just clarification. Underneath the goal, there's a sentence that we've added about our suite of standards, and then we list all the standards out. I was trying to understand why, and I was confused by the lead-in of the sentence. Although the suite of standards comprises the following, it seems like I think people would know your standards. So I didn't know if there was a particular reason to call those out. I thought another aspect, because I think we're covering keys to success, right? One of the ones that we talk about are processes at the bottom of page 7. We have what we have there is fine, but I also thought the fact about transparency. I think one of the things that is very positive about how the board operates is the transparency of the discussions, public transparency in particular. And I thought maybe there was an opportunity to weave that in there to drive that home. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks. My first point is actually the same as Diane. Just looking at the list, I think I saw the explanation why we needed a list. But I thought the way, maybe it's more editorial because you have a column and then the list, and people's natural inclination is to relate the list to what comes immediately before the column, so the lead in. And it sounds like our goal emphasizes our focus, and then the focus is which is not, right? Because the bullets is actually relating to comprising the following. So maybe it's a little bit of the editorial that we need to fix, because otherwise it's a little bit confusing. And then just going back to the goal itself, maybe I'm missing it. I can't find why we remove high from quality. So yeah, please, I just want to understand why it's removed. And then I guess from a perception perspective, we just need to tell people why it's removed. Otherwise, it's just seems like we don't need high quality.
Okay, so let me respond. Kai, I think we just have to consider your proposal. I think I have a little personal concern on the use of stability there, but let us think about the wording on it. The listing of the standards, actually, Diane, in my reading of it, I think it's inelegant the way we did it. And so I think the idea was there was some concern based upon the comments, particularly when we eliminate review related services standards from the goal, to make sure that we didn't forget other standards, but there may be other ways that we could capture that. We're still, as a board, dealing with all the suites of standards that we're dealing with. Maybe it's in a footnote or something of the like, but we may have gone overboard, and it's probably not a particularly elegant articulation. Noted your point about transparency and about how we work. So let us think about that as well. And I'm trying, and shall we basically, you said that you made the same point around the articulation too. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Sorry, I just had another point just on page 7, the stakeholder value proposition. The third bullet talks about other standard setters and our coordination with them, which is good. The last sentence, we say, therefore, we will continue our close coordination with IAASB. Is it a continuation, or are we looking to actually step up? Like, is IAASB a bit more special to this board than the other standard setters? And have we sufficiently distinguished? I think I read, maybe it was in the issues paper about, I think it was systemic cooperation or something. I think we're looking to step it up in some way. And so I just wonder whether we will continue close coordination quite gets it.
Okay, the one thing I forgot on Chun-Wei about the high, we thought it was actually redundant in the way we said it. You have either quality or non-quality engagements. If people feel strongly about having an adjective describing what the quality, high quality over quality, we could put it back. But we were sort of self-editorializing on that, I believe.
That was part of it, Tom. The other reason why we took out the high is to be consistent with how we use that phrase elsewhere in our literature, where we refer to supporting the consistent performance of quality engagements, which is, for example, how ISQM 1 refers to it, ISA 220. That's also how strategic objective 1 is formulated.
Sorry, and I'm not against removing high. The thing is, we have it in the exposure. And now that we're removing, I think we just have to explain why we remove it.
Yeah, Greg, thank you for that one. I think we can, because there are other places where we emphasize our coordination with the ethics board in terms of in strategic objective 3, and maybe it's not just continuing, but also enhancing the coordination. Yeah.
So I just wanted to come in and echo the confusion with the goal and the items underneath it. But quite honestly, I was okay with the words that were added, and I really like the goal. I do want to put high quality back in, not because that's what the standard said, but because that is the expectation in some of the other things that we put out, including the project plan. But my confusion was, and not, the list is fine one way or another because it's accurate, but I wasn't really sure it directed us to the priorities well enough, and that's why I felt confused. There were just a lot of words added. So maybe we want to think about that when we're looking at what was put here. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually think it confuses the situation. I think we just had to figure out a way to say that we're committed to supporting our full suite of standards, but for this instance, for this period, we're focused mainly on audit reviews and sustainability. I don't think that's a hard call for us to make. Okay. So good points there. Lily, should we move on?
Yes, we can certainly do that. So on the next slide, we're looking at the strategic drivers, strategic objectives, and strategic actions. And this was questions 2 and 3 in the consultation paper, and the responses that we got on questions 2 and 3. So when we look at the strategic drivers, again, just a reminder that the strategic drivers are the environmental factors that drive the opportunities and challenges impacting our ability to achieve our goals, and also helps us to shape our strategic objectives and strategic actions. Now, you'll remember in the consultation paper, we presented various strategic drivers under 3 main themes. And when we looked at the responses that we received on these strategic drivers, none of the respondents suggested any additional strategic drivers that should be added. But there were quite a number of comments in terms of suggestions, in terms of clarifying some of the strategic drivers, refining some of the wording, clarifying some of the messaging. And that is really what you will see in agenda item 5B. In the marked version, you will see the changes that we are suggesting on pages 8 through 11. I just want to highlight maybe a couple. I'm not going to run through all of them, but under the theme increased and more diverse demand for our standards. One way you would see in agenda item 5B, where we made quite a lot of changes, was in respect of the driver around the impact of technology. And that was really in response to comments that we received that we should really be clear and make sure that this driver addresses the impact of technology in terms of the entity's use of technology, the auditor's responsibility in relation to technology in conducting an audit of financial statements, the impact of disruptive technologies, in particular something like artificial intelligence, and then that there's really been an ask for standard setters to be more proactive in their approach in dealing with technology. So those are really the changes that we were trying to make with respect to that strategic driver. The other one that I want to highlight in that group is the one that talks about supporting the implementation of our standards. Now you will see in the document itself, that's on page 9, supporting the implementation of our standards. There wasn't really a lot of change there. We made some editorial changes there and took out the first sentence because people said, well, our actions has nothing to do with the driver. The driver is just the driver. And that's why we took out the first sentence. But where we did make changes, and I'll just refer you to those. So that was actually, we used a lot of the comments we received there to update the work plan section on pages 19 and 20 of the document in agenda item 5B, where we've really tried to highlight that we recognize that we have a role to play in terms of implementation support activities, and we would try to be a little bit clearer in terms of what that role is and how we're also trying to balance that role with our other work plan priorities. And you would see in the updates that we've made on page 19 and 20 of the work plan section, we also tried to draw out things that we could do to address some of the concerns that came through in the response letter. So, for example, on first-time implementation guidance, there were people that said, you know, we should do this and we should do it in a timely way. So one way we think we can do that is by, for example, making sure that for projects where we believe it is necessary, we factor that into the timeline of the project and don't end up allocating staff to new projects until that implementation material has been completed. And overall, in terms of both first-time implementation material and non-authoritative guidance, we've also suggested, and I think this morning it came out in some of the discussion about non-authoritative guidance as well, we tried to highlight that we may have to be a little bit more deliberate in terms of, yes, we can do this material ourselves, but in other instances, it may be good to collaborate with national standard setters, IFAC, professional accountancy bodies or others to facilitate the development of this material, even if we use a model, and I know the ethics board has done this, where another body develops the material under the auspices of the IAASB or IAASB have done it in the past as well. So not a lot of change in the actual drivers, but we did try and address the comments in the work plan section. In terms of the second theme, confronting headwinds to adopting our standards, I just wanted to point out one there, and that is about the impact of and reasons for jurisdictions developing their own audit and assurance standards. I think respondents felt that we had to bring a little bit of balance to that driver in terms of it sounded a little bit negative. And so we've made some adjustments to sort of just say that, you know, it's a reality that jurisdictions do develop their own solutions, but it's often complementary to the international standards. And in that case, it's obviously a very positive thing. But then on the other side, there is also that the development of alternative standards may lead to fragmentation. So we just try to bring a little bit of balance to that driver. And then under the heading, changing demands to our ways of working, the one that I want to highlight there is increasing tight timelines to meet heightened expectations. So under the goal and stakeholder value proposition question 1, respondents raised comments there and in this section, and we thought that this was the appropriate place to address it in terms of respondents highlighting that the IAASB need to consider also the possible negative implications of successive fundamental changes to standards, and that not having sufficient time to implement and absorb changes could also have a negative impact on audit quality. So we've incorporated it here, and we've also flowed it through to the work plan that we will get to a little bit later as a consideration when we make programming decisions. Then on the strategic objectives, and you will find those in agenda item 5B, it starts on page 12 and it flows through to page 16. So again, the strategic objectives, as Thomas said in his introduction, these really represent the choices that we've made for the 2024 to 2027 period in working towards achieving our goal. Now, the objectives themselves were really broadly supported to an extent that we don't believe that we need to make any changes to the wording of the objectives. The one, well, not exception, but the one where we did get suggestions to change the wording of the objective was in relation to objective 3, that deals with strengthening our coordination with IAASB and other leading standard setters and regulators. Some respondents wanted us to add in other stakeholders there as well. But to Tom's point earlier, we're not saying we're not going to coordinate with all our stakeholders. We will continue with our general outreach program and our specific project-specific outreach. But the choice we've made for this period is specifically to focus on our coordination with the ethics board and other leading standard setters and regulators. And that's why we didn't make a change to that one. The only other thing that I want to point out is under strategic objective 1, which is on page 14, sorry, not strategic objective, the strategic actions to the strategic objective, is we did receive some comment including from monitoring group members, that we should provide for a quick response mechanism. Now, on balance, the planning committee felt that we already have that mechanism in our framework for activities through the narrow scope amendments of standards. Yes, it's true, we may not have, we've not maybe utilized it that much. The only place where we have utilized it is for the PI project, but we thought it might be worth drawing it out in the strategic actions, that we should consider the use of narrow scope amendments as a mechanism that is there for us to use. And then I think, Greg, in your comment earlier, you draw attention to the fact that under Objective 3, we have, again, in response to comments, just highlighted that, as part of our strategic actions, the focus of our coordination with the ethics board is also that it has to be systematic coordination, and that it is also about the timeliness of that coordination. So we built that in there, but there are also later changes in the work plan section on our coordination with ethics, but we will get to that when we get to the work plan section. So Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So the next question to the board is then any views on the proposed revisions to the strategic drivers, strategic objectives, and strategic actions, also taking into account the discussions in sections, I think that should be C2 and C3 in agenda item 5.
Thank you, Billy. Phil?
No, I just wanted to say, if board, just for reference, so this covers pages 8 to 16 in agenda item 5B.
Bill?
I was going to hold this comment till we got to the work plan, but you've raised it, Billy, is the narrow scope amendments. I mentioned it yesterday, and I think that the one thing I'd like to see us show more of is agility. Can I just explore with you, Billy, what the real appetite is to do narrow scope amendments, particularly, I mean, I think what we did with sustainability assurance ED 5000 as a complete project showed we could do things more quickly, but what is the appetite? And I welcome the views of the board as well as the appetite for doing narrow scope amendments.
I think you can respond, and I'll share my.
Okay, so well, I think like we draw attention to in the strategy document, in terms of our framework for activities, that is certainly a mechanism that is available to us. Narrow scope amendments to standards, and I think we are fully open to using that. It is just in terms of the opportunity that is presented to use it. So narrow scope amendments are really meant to be very targeted changes where a more immediate response is required, where you can sort of carve out a specific item that you need to address in a standard, can go in, do that, get out without sort of without any sort of scope creep or anything like that. So I think it is a facility that is available to us, and I think what we are trying to do by also including it in that document is that we may have to be more attuned to when we can actually benefit from that mechanism. Having said that, we have to remember that even narrow scope amendments to standards have to go through full due process. So yes, we can get to a project proposal quicker. We can get to an ED quicker, like for example, what we did in the PI project. You're still going to have a 3-month exposure period, at least. Normally we have 120 days. We can probably shorten it to 90 days. And then obviously afterwards, yes, you can get to a final standard quicker. But it is, the facility is certainly there.
Okay, Chong-Wei?
Thanks. Supportive of many of the amendments made. Maybe some minor comments. First one is editorial. So page 10 at the bottom, where we say staff-led insofar as content development. I thought insofar is one word, and maybe the sentence is incomplete. So insofar as content development is concerned. So just editorial. Next one is on page 14 on the strategic action. And this is a second bullet. So again, supportive of the addition. just on the narrow scope amendments where we say allows us to be responsive. I thought we're missing the timeliness kind of element. So maybe it's respond on a timely manner or something. So the sentence, I just thought something is missing there. In terms of the promoting adoption of ISAF for LCE as appropriate, totally agree with the addition. I just thought the promotion of the adoption should come before effective implementation. So maybe just the positioning of that bullet should come before the first one. So that's still on page 14. Page 15, again, agree with the added draft principle-based standard, but given that this strategy objective is about globally accepted standard on assurance on sustainability reporting, I thought that bullet should come right in front. So again, just a positioning thing, but otherwise I think it's all great. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And just a reminder, if people have editorial comments on the draft, just send them in. We'll clearly take them in before the next round in December. Diane?
I have two comments on the strategic drivers. One, the ever popular discussion about technology. The last sentence, I felt perhaps we could make it a little bit stronger. Right now it reads stakeholders are asking standard setters to be proactive. I think what we understand is that there's a high level of expectation. And I think that word expectation might be an important word to put in here. There is an expectation that the auditing standards will, incorporate technology into it, will adopt it. So I think this concept of expectation is ask you to think about that. I think that's a little bit of a stronger sentence. And then the other comment that I had is changing demands to our ways of working. And this deals with the monitoring group reform. And I think this is an opportunity, again, I ask you to reflect on whether we think there's sufficient transparency here in this paragraph. And I think specifically is, to the extent the talent model is going to change, the board composition is going to change, is there full appreciation of that change over this period and how that could or may impact workload? And so it's a fairly benign paragraph that's here. I'm just not sure if the full appreciation of what is involved comes through. So I ask you just to reflect on that as well, and whether that could have an impact on workload.
Okay, on all those points, we'll take them into account. So if we don't respond full later, that we're just writing notes here. Okay, Kai.
Thanks, Tom. I'm not sure whether this is an editorial point or a little bit more. I refer to the part of the strategic drivers, and here at the top of page 9, that's the first sentence which start with these stakeholders also highlight that rule-based standards and so on. In my view, rule-based standards are less robust in that they are also more susceptible to disruptions in times of rapid change, and we have these times of rapid change. The sentence could be changed to read, I have a suggestion. The sentence ends with, in the profession, and rule-based standards are less robust in that they are more susceptible to disruption in times of rapid change. Maybe that helps. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. I might have been remiss the first time I talked. I think the responses to the comments was really well done, and as it was incorporated into the plan. I have some broad comments. I don't have edits. I'm going to use the word confused again. I'm confused on the change between IAASB and this board. There's a lot of words, and there's, we're going to coordinate with them, but I thought based on the joint meeting on Thursday, perhaps it was going to be a little bit more than that, because we have the opportunity to have strategic plans start at the same time. So it's not, it may be in the words and I'm just not seeing it, but that's a little confusing to me. And then I wanted to mention technology, everybody's favorite word. But I'm wondering if there needs to be balancing and prioritization and a more holistic and long-term strategy instead of just the strategic drivers on things like education and examples, opportunities to have a, and we have discussed this before, whether we want to do something omnibus or we want to, continue to add it to standards as we write them. But I think that those are decisions and actions. I think we have to step back and decide what we want to do versus baking it into individual standards as we discussed as it related to audit evidence this morning. And then lastly, it's probably be careful what I asked for, but I am a member of the technology consultation group, and maybe there's some brainstorming that can come out of that group in terms of some of the strategy that I'm talking about. Thanks.
Okay, Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and very supportive of most of the changes. And the one I just wanted to emphasize is on page 14. It's the strategic action where you brought in the narrow scope amendments, and very supportive of making changes there. I just wondered if it would be helpful to be more specific, to explain to the lay reader what narrow scope amendments are intended to do, which is, according to the framework, is to address an urgent need for a change or matters that require a standard setting response but don't require full revision of one or more standards. And because I think that would be a clear articulation of what narrow scope amendments are. And you might, if you agree with putting that in, you might consider whether that could replace the last sentence of the paragraph, which doesn't really explain what they are, but what they allow you to do. Thanks.
Okay, Ada.
Thanks. I had I guess, a question, and this sits at the attract top talent at the board and staff levels. We've deleted a part of a sentence, but I thought that I was wondering whether it was not the point that we're losing some practical experience around the table, and that we need to counter that potential practical experience in the staff composition. And such that we have sufficient experience that still allows the board to function properly. So as we are talking about staff composition, do they have sufficient technical but also practical experience in auditing to assess whether it's operable, whether a standard will be operable? And so I feel we've lost that a little bit, and I think that will carry over also into the strategic actions where we say enhance our technical staff capacity and competencies. Well, what does that competency then mean? And I was thinking that practical experience, so including technical and recent practical experience between brackets maybe, would be responsive to some of the comments that respondents made. I had I think I agree with Eric on his suggestion, and I think that may resolve a comment that I had as well, because what I was missing in the edits in respect of the narrow scope amendments is the agility bit, the quick response, so the timeliness of the response. And I think by making the changes that Eric suggested, you'd bring that in, because that's one of the purposes of and I think that would respond a little bit better to the questions raised. That's what I had. Thank you.
Okay. So a lot of drafted suggestions and good ideas. I think nothing I disagree with, or I think the task force would disagree with. We need to consider it. The one thing on Edo, I actually have a little bit of concern around your first point. I don't necessarily believe the proposition necessarily that we're going to lose significant technical skills. I'm cautious to suggest that the reform process puts us into a worse space and suggesting that in a public document. It's not necessarily the case. I get what you're trying to do. So I think there's some nuance in the wording that we may want to convey. But I think many at the monitoring group and some of us who really strongly support the PIAB proposals want to be careful about what we state on that, because it may be true, it may not be true. I think people are being very careful about the nominations process right now. I think it's about the right mix of talent and expertise and that we have in the room and elsewhere. And I guess I caution a little bit in saying that we have a deficit at some point. But that's the only substantive issue that I have. Like, I think we're probably agreeing in many ways, but I don't want to be suggestive that there is a severe challenge here. At least I don't agree.
And don't get me wrong, that's not what I was suggesting either. But I do. It's a balancing act. Well, we lose some experience there.
Yeah.
How do we ensure that the body has?
I think this goes to Diane's point. Maybe is about explaining the transition that we're experiencing explaining is about how it may impact and be slightly disruptive in the way we work, regardless of whether you like right or wrong. It's going to change, and there's always. We talked about a list a little bit yesterday amongst ourselves about how clunky some things may be, or how stop-start you find things in transition. And maybe if we were better at articulating that and about what our overall objective, we might be in better shape. Diane?
Yeah, obviously I'm speaking as a practitioner of 35 years, so I'm not objective, but I think you're right. I think it's about recognizing that, right? Is a recognition that the composition is going to change, but that we are very focused on that. And our objective is to always maintain appropriate resources, appropriate skills, an appropriate mix of experience, which is the power of the board, right? Bringing a bunch of people with very different backgrounds and experiences and coming up with really great solutions. I think it's about acknowledging that there are changes, how we're going to navigate through it, and how we're going to stay focused, to your point, on the North Star, where the board's going to go. So I appreciate Ado for bringing that up. I agree, but I think there's an eloquent way and an appropriate way that you can respond that, put it out there and say, here's how we're addressing it.
Great. It's a good conversation. I think that, Bill?
Back to what Diane and Edo and Eric have been saying, in here it refers to the monitoring group reforms, and you use words like transition and process. The monitoring group recommendations were 2019. What do you think is going to be the length of the period of transition?
So if I remember, not everything was agreed in 2019 since I started in 2019. So the major elements of the reform are going to be done by 2025. And then the staff ramp up will continue beyond that. But I think the preponderance of reforms are done by 2025. That being said, we will be a changing organization for some time. Cultural norms will change, staffing will change, the way we do our work will change as we transition to a more staff-directed model for project development. So but the actual date of conclusion is 2025, which I think probably raises in my mind some more transparency points that be explicit in the document. So rather than assume knowledge for all the readers. So that's good discussion. Billy, I know I'm not picking up all the specific points, but I thought a lot of the points related to drafting that we need to just consider.
Yeah, Tom, I also thought that the last point that we discussed just now was probably the most significant one. So that was a good discussion. And obviously, I hope Fadi is taking, I see he's taking copious notes on that side as well. So we've picked up all the other comments. So thank you very much. That was all good input.
Okay, should we move to the next section?
Yes. All right. So now
this is the easy section, right?
This is the one that will go quickly. Yes. So on the work plan section, as Thomas said, you would have seen in agenda item 5B, we did make some changes to the work plan section. And like I said earlier, that was really addressing some of the comments that respondents raised in responding to the questions on the strategy, but that we felt is better addressed in the work plan section. And I have highlighted a few of those already. But the main piece of the work plan section, which is about our next projects for the work plan period, has not been updated yet, because what we wanted to use this board meeting for is for the board to consider the planning committee's consideration of the candidate topics based on the feedback that we've received, and to seek the board's direction on possible programming decisions, with the idea then that we will bring a full work plan then to the December meeting as part of the approval. Just want to highlight to the board that the ethics board is also discussing this week the feedback they received on their strategy consultation, and they are following the same approach. So they've made certain changes to the strategy part, and they want their board's input to provide direction in terms of finalizing their work plan, which they also aim to achieve at the December meeting. So Michelle, you can go to the next slide. So maybe just in setting up the discussion, so in the work plan section, the key thing that we want to get the board's direction on is the programming decisions that we have to make in finalizing the work program. But I thought it would be good to just share some high-level themes that came through and that we want to focus on. You will remember in the consultation paper, we presented this notion of a balance between our focus on audits and reviews and on sustainability and other assurance engagements. Now, I'll say that, and you saw that in the comments and our analysis of the comments. I think that principle resonated with the stakeholders. Although I think there was one monitoring group member that raised concern that although they obviously fully support our work on the sustainability side, that they just cautioned the board that we need to remember that the core remains the audits of financial statements, and we shouldn't lose focus there. I think on balance, the planning committee felt that we did highlight that in the paper. But what we are suggesting, and it's not in the document yet, but we're suggesting that when we update that section of the work plan, that we indicate that we think that for at least the next work plan period, 2024 to 2027, there will be an estimated split of around 70% of resources and time allocated to audit and review specific work, and then the balance to sustainability and other assurance. Some of the other overarching aspects that I wanted to highlight in considering the possible programming decisions is, remember, we have said throughout, and we didn't really get any comments on that, we have said throughout that we anticipate the capacity to accommodate around 5 to 7 parallel standard setting projects at any particular point in time, which takes into account the projects that we have going into 2024, as well as any new projects that we need to start. Projects underway at the start of 2024, we didn't have a separate question on that in the consultation paper, and that was one of the points that was raised at CAG. CAG suggested that maybe in future consultations we do actually ask a question about ongoing projects, and is there a reflection at a certain point in time where you may have to stop a particular project. So we've certainly recognized that, but for purposes of this one, we didn't have a question on that, but respondents still commented on that, and respondents agreed that we continue with the projects underway. Or let me put it the other way around. There was nothing said to the contrary that we should stop any of the projects. And there was definitely overwhelming support for us to obviously continue with our work on ISA 5000 and complete that as an overarching standard that provides a global baseline for sustainability assurance engagements. The big focus on this board, the second last bullet point there, is candidate topics for new projects, including post-implementation reviews. A number of respondents highlighted and commented on post-implementation reviews. And so that is part of the decisions we have to make, is what post-implementation reviews do we undertake? And as I said earlier, the request for implementation support activities, when we discussed the strategic actions, I already drew your attention to the amendments that we made there on pages 19 to 20 of the work plan document. Right, so now we can go into a little bit more of the detail. So Michelle, on the next slide. So like I said, for this section, the focus is really on, and that's the discussion mainly in agenda item 5, in agenda item 5, the issues paper, is on the possible programming decisions. Now, so when we think about possible programming decisions, what we want to focus on here is which topics qualify to be taken onto the work plan, the order of priority of those topics, and the right time to commence those projects. We believe that the criteria that we have in the framework for activities provide an appropriate basis for the board's programming decisions. And you will see in agenda item 5 in appendix 3, what we did is we looked at the criteria we have in the framework for activities and said, how do we relate the comments that we receive from respondents to that criteria? What were respondents actually saying about those criteria? Accepting that the reason why we in the first place put those candidate topics up there was because they were within the board's remit. And then we looked at the remaining 4 criteria, which is that action on a topic will be in the public interest. There's a prevalence of the issue globally. Action is needed to maintain or enhance the quality of engagements, and the urgency of an issue. That is really the criteria that we have in the framework. And like I said, appendix 3 sets out how we consider that. And then lastly, in terms of the comments that came through, mainly on the questions on the strategy section, we do believe that it is appropriate to also reflect as part of the programming decisions and when we decide to take on projects and when to start those projects, to keep in mind that some of the responses that we received was that our decision-making needs to reflect a balance between taking on new projects and the possible cumulative effect of successive fundamental changes to standards that could make it difficult for stakeholders to keep pace with the changes. So with that as a background, we can then move into so Michelle, next slide, please. We can then move into our 2 main streams. So if we firstly look at our focus on audits and reviews and the possible topics that we are considering within that category, there are really 3 main buckets that I want to put this in. The first one is, a theme that came really prominently through all the stakeholder comment was the focus on the impact of technology. And I think it's came out through some of the comments already that there were calls that we should adopt a more strategic and broadly considered approach in terms of the impact of technology, embedding technology in the ISAs. And based on that, those comments were broadly focused on the projects it was focused on the project that is already underway in terms of audit evidence, ED 500, that Sue presented this morning. It was also raised very often in relation to ISA 330, a possible project on ISA 330, including that ISA 330 should be undertaken together with other projects to address standards in the ISA 500 series with a specific focus on technology. And then also in relation to those targeted standards that we identified in the ISA 500 series, which was the standard 520 on analytical procedures, 530 on sampling, 505 on external confirmations, and then ISO 501, specifically the inventory section of that standard. This is also the area, as Sue highlighted this morning, where there was quite a bit of overlap between what we heard from the respondents to the strategy consultation and the respondents to the ED 500 consultation. And as we indicated in the issues paper, really broadly saying that, were we sufficiently ambitious in the ED 500 proposals? And I think we heard from some board members that, there was maybe a little bit of an expectation gap as well in terms of the proposals we made. But I think a general feeling that not all the audit evidence related matters, and including those related to technology, can possibly be addressed in ED 500 if you take into account the role of ED 500 within our suite of standards. So when staff and the planning committee looked at this, we decided to look at those projects together, and we presented to the board in the issues paper 2 options in terms of how we could think about those projects in terms of including projects in the work plan. The one is referred to, and this is on page 18 and 19 of agenda item 5, is referred to as a more traditional or linear approach, which will then imply that ED 500 is already underway, and therefore we continue to, based on the exposure draft that we've had and the input that we've received, we continue to complete ISO 500 revised under the current project proposal and according to the current timeline. We will then take on a project on ISO 330 as a new project, and then also a new project in terms of technology-focused modernizations to targeted standards in the ISO 500 series. So that is the first option, and we also try to explain there some of the pros and cons to that. Obviously, 500 will be finished on the original timeline. However, compared to the other option, it may not address all the concerns that were highlighted in the respondents' comments to the exposure draft. We're also considering a more integrated approach, and that would mean we have a project, or what we refer to here as an expanded audit evidence and risk response project, which means that we look at a package in terms of ISO 500 as the audit evidence standard, retaining its role and function within the suite of standards as a reference framework that the auditor uses throughout when making judgments about audit evidence, like I said, throughout the audit. And I think we had 1 or 2 comments this morning as well, that should be the nature of that standard. We shouldn't change the nature of that standard. And then maybe together with that, focus on ISO 330 and ISO 520. ISO 520, we did include a footnote why we believe it should be, or a reason for why it should be as part of that package in terms of its proximity to ISO 330 and the types of substantive procedures. But with that, we can maybe get a balance between ISO 500 addressing the reference framework aspects and ISO 330 and 520, recognizing that we've already changed ISO 315, would address the performance aspects. And in that way, there could be a package. That project, if that was the project that we will take on, we do anticipate that it's probably a project that will run with more than 1 work stream. So you can think of, for example, of the fact that 500 could be a work stream, and you add another work stream. So it occupies 1 more space on the work plan because 500 already has a space on the work plan. And then a second project could then be technology-focused modernization of the other standards in the ISO 500 series, 530, 505, and 501. At this point, I just also want to mention it was interesting that from the comments to the consultation paper and to ED 500, no stakeholders identified any other standards in the 500 series in this context. None of the other standards were mentioned in the context of the focus on modernization, including technology-focused modernization. Then The other topics that we presented in following the evaluation of the criteria, the qualifying criteria, joint audits is the only topic that does not qualify to be taken onto the work plan currently for the 2024 to 2027 period. There was a lot of support for undertaking a project on ISO 2410. Like I said, it ranks as a very high priority with some strong arguments being presented, and those were summarized in agenda item 5A for undertaking that project. There were obviously also stakeholders that believe that compared to other projects, it's not a high priority, and those comments also differed across different stakeholder groups. On ISO 320, the standard on materiality, it also ranked very high. And both respondents that were in favor of a project and those that were not in favor of a project expressed very strong arguments for why they were either in favor or not. And there was probably a 60-40 split in terms of people being in favor of undertaking a project. Again, we highlighted there that the views were quite mixed. All monitoring group members and regulators and oversight authorities who responded was in favor of a project. Professional accountancy organizations were predominantly not in favor of a project. And then when you looked at respondents from firms and national auditing standard setters, they were sort of more equally split between who wanted the project and who didn't think a project at this point is a priority. ISO 620 and ISO 720 revised, definitely sufficient support for them to be taken onto the work program. But when you compare it to the others, they clearly rank behind 2410 and ISO 320 in terms of priority. But like I said, a lot of support for undertaking projects for the reasons as set out in the issues paper on page 20, going on to page 21. And then lastly, on the post-implementation reviews, we received comments that the post-implementation reviews, support for the post-implementation reviews that were highlighted in the consultation paper. At this point, I can also just point out that it was also cited at the CAG meeting that post-implementation reviews is an important source of information in terms of considering the projects that we take on, and that it should be considered as possible projects for the next work plan period. So on ISO 540 revised and ISO 315 revised 2019, definitely more support from stakeholders in terms of taking on those post-implementation reviews within this work plan period. Less so on quality management standards, but still about around half of the respondents that responded to that. But when we reflected on that again, I think taking into account the effective date of those standards and that we want to have a number of completed cycles in practice before we undertake a post-implementation review, I think it is unlikely that the post-implementation review will fit into this period of 2024 to 2027. So where does that leave us? So when you look at that slide, and basically what we have here on that slide is 8 possible projects. So if you've lost count, I can maybe just, so out of the first block, there's 2 possible projects. Doesn't matter whether we take option 1 or 2, there's 2 possible projects out of the first block. Then out of the middle block, there's 3, 4, 5, 6, which is apparent 2410, 320, 620, and 720 revised. And in the last block, you've got 7 and 8, 540 post-implementation review, 315 post-implementation review. Taking into account a split of around 70% focus on audits and reviews, taking into account that we have at the most 7 open spots, that means 5 out of the 8 could possibly be taken on in this work plan period, which means 5 could be identified as put them on the work plan, and 3 will go into reserve as sort of, well, we don't, 4 years is a long period, and there's a build-up of staff, and we can consider resources and so on. So Michelle, next slide. So focusing just on audits and reviews at the moment, we would like to ask the board views on the possible programming decisions in finalizing the audits and review section of the work plan, including with respect to the matters discussed in section D1 of the issues paper. Tom?
Okay. We're going to the work plan, in some ways, I was trying to think about it as what the impact is and what we're effectively suggesting. So one possibility would be in that first bucket, the board would commit to completed 500 and then maybe a series of standards as a result, maybe 330 to follow and something else. Or it's this integrated package that we've sort of referred to of 500, 330, 520. And the other thing I would think, going back to Bill's point, if you go to the second bucket of standards, you're sort of saying, okay, there are three or four things there, but do we have to be the standard setter that does the great majority of the work? Could we outsource, say, something like 2410 to another standard setter like we've done in the past, and maybe focus on a higher priority project too? So I'm just trying to throw these dynamics into the mix. So maybe we could work on 320 while someone else is working on 2410, because there is some urgency, as Isabel always seems to remind us, that there's some jurisdictions that need to use it and it's quite outdated and hasn't even been through the Clarity project. And then when timing's right and agenda space and resources are available, can we do which post-implementation reviews would we prioritize? And that's a decision as well. Clearly, all of this depends on the option, the sense that we have to have the right resources available to us. So start initiating new projects doesn't just begin when we finish one. We finish one and have resources available to support the work. So I think that's important caveats. Embedded in, Bill, you raised it earlier, is embedded in any decision to go 330, with the 500, 330, 520 is a more integrated and holistic way of dealing with technology. And implicit in that approach is some people use the word omnibus standard or omnibus project. I think we talk about it a little bit differently. Like when I have an omnibus project in mind, I think of us going through all the standards or a great majority of the standards or relevant standards in dealing with technology issues. To me, over time, I've found that less attractive, but that may not be what other people think it is, because then it sort of could be like a Clarity 2 type project. And I'd rather dig deep on an integrated package. And that's what makes, personally to me, option 2, the 500, 330, 520 integrated package more of an option in my mind. But I'd like to invite a discussion now, but I wanted to sort of put the choices in front of us in more clarity on the table. Okay, any comments? I know people are going to be reluctant to put their 10 up first, so I could cold call people too. Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. When I used the word omnibus, I was really only thinking about 300 and 500. I wasn't thinking about all of the standards. So just to clarify.
Well, that's why I've heard things coming back and forth, because we've used the term omnibus for a long time. And for some people that like, let's go linearly through the suite of standards and like fix some paragraphs to make it work for technology.
Yeah, and then with that, I also choose option 2, recognizing that neither one is perfect, and it's hard for me to vision the resources needed for one versus 2. But it more aligns where I think we need to be from a technology perspective as it relates to the 300 and 500 series of standards. And what was I'm sad to see joint audits fall off, but I'll get over it because I think the other things are of higher priority, and it's all about balance and priorities. And I'm also, I won't use the word sad. I wish we could get quality management standards into the mix here for the next 4 years, but recognizing that it was implemented in 2022 and 5 years is 2027, it's probably unlikely. Kind of a wish that it somehow might start in 27, but I agree with the prioritization that's being done. Thanks.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. Tom, I mean, your first point around making sure that we've got the resources in place to deliver on this and execute, I think is really important. And I wanted to emphasize that as a key risk around the project, that if we don't execute on getting the resources on board, then these choices are irrelevant. I support the integrated approach. But what that leaves us is an issue in the short term around technology. Now, we know that from the exposure of 500, we've fallen short of that expectation. And I think when we look around, we start seeing that actually, even on the IAASB website, we've got this guidance which has been coming out around technology. And I do think that there's an opportunity to try and address that immediate need by looking at what we've already published ourselves. Perhaps I think Wendy suggested, was it earlier today or yesterday, around what the AICPA has got. And so we could find an opportunity to get some of this non-authoritative guidance in place to be able to help with the immediate need from a technology point of view. I see these things from an assurance lens. And so I take two pieces away from it. One, I think the EER guidance that was out was really useful to practitioners, and I'm sure to others as well. And so I could see that technology could be addressed in a similar manner and then published in a more public manner so that it's not hidden away and people can actually see it, find it, and make use of it. The other piece I'd take on board is in terms of how we responded to 5,000. And I think at one point we talked about the sustainability army. I think this integrated approach would need to take a very strategic look at how it's going to be resourced. And I think there were some great lessons from the sustainability team as to how we got a number of people on board to then deliver in a timely manner. So the accumulation of more standards scares me that the timeline goes well beyond many people's terms around this table. And so we've got to get it faster. And I think there are lessons out of the sustainability team. I think if I looked beyond just those pieces, 320 appeals to me. And again, it appeals to me from a lens of combining audit and assurance. I think as soon as we get 5,000 out, someone's going to say, oh, wow, but we've fallen short on materiality. It'll be one of the key comments that comes through that exposure process if I was a betting man. And so I do think it's an opportunity to show how we can deal with something in a more integrated manner. Let me leave it there for now, Tom. Thank you.
I should have said that clearly 520 has the possibility to almost be a double project across the board, not prejudging that discussion. One other thing I should say is the planning committee members should feel free to raise tents if they'd like to. We did not come up with any proposed decisions at our planning discussions. Shall we?
Thanks, Tom. And it's great to come after Neil because a lot of my thoughts is resonating with what he said. First of all, and as I've said this earlier, I think the richness of the feedback that we got through this process is just amazing. And I think because it's at a strategic level, so a lot of feedback about the practical challenge issues around the different standard from a regulatory perspective, from a practitioner's perspective, they are obviously really valuable and can be, and definitely we will, and I'm sure we will do that, carry forward into the research phase whenever we start each of the project. So just in terms of the option 1 and 2, again, like others, very strongly behind the integrated approach. I think that is what makes sense and that is what we need to do as a board. And in the point that Neil made about what happened in the interim, while this bigger and large project is ongoing, I think those are very important for us to consider in terms of addressing immediate needs. And then in the second category, I think, Tom, what you said about leveraging on others, like what we did, for example, the AUP project, the Canadian board, what we can do with 2410, maybe the joint audit project, definitely will be supportive of us exploring that. And I had the same thought about 620 and 320 about that assurance and audit, with 5,000. Of course, that also depends on what we get back from the 5,000 consultation, because I think one of the question we ask is, what are the future standard we should be tackling? And I think, when we get that, maybe this one or two of these projects could progress both from an audit and assurance perspective. Thanks.
Warren?
I have very similar views on this point to Neil, and would really just add that, obviously agreeing with option 2 as a pragmatic approach for tackling revisions to the standards, but adding to it that this whole concept of technology and the changes which are coming through, bringing it back to Diane's point about that expectation. What exactly, I think we need a more refined analysis of what exactly are these stakeholders meaning when they say technology, and what exactly are the challenges or practical issues that they are encountering when they are trying to integrate this technology into the existing assurance methodologies. And I think before we've actually managed to bed that down, it's going to be quite difficult to adopt this integrated approach, and will probably aggravate those resource constraints, which I think Neil outlined very eloquently. So I think that sort of upfront research project to understand the scope of the problem before we delve into an analysis of the 500 series will probably go a long way to helping us be a lot more efficient, effective in addressing those market expectations when it comes to technology. Practically, it would probably be impossible to address technology without tackling all of the standards concurrently. And the only thing I would then say is, with specific reference to 2410, we'll probably find that the changes there will be a concomitant of what we decide to do on the broader 500 project and finalization of the sustainability project as well, because it sort of goes to the question of what exactly is this creature called limited assurance, and when have you done sufficient testing? So those are just the additional points I'd like to add to Neil's observations.
So I just want to maybe build on that point here, because effectively your suggestion is if we go ahead with option 2, we should be considered in our scope and in our the way we put together our hypothesis that needs to be answered, or the questions that we're going to be answered. My understanding is that that is advice that we would have to do it in information gathering phase. And to me, your advice then becomes do that before you develop the project plan, because it'll probably save time in the long term. Am I reading that?
Yes, Tom, I think that's 100% correct. Because if we don't understand exactly what the problem is, we could end up developing a very eloquent document, send this out for exposure, and get thousands of response letters. I mean, if we got 60 response letters on audit evidence as it is, you can just imagine what would happen if you go to the market saying, oh, we're going to address the technology problem. You could get thousands of response letters saying, well, you didn't address this and you didn't address that, and why was this not added to the project? So we would have to go through a very concerted effort, probably similar to this roundtable project we're doing now with the sustainability assurance, to make sure we understand the problem before we dive into it.
And remember, this is sort of what we did on fraud and going concern before we got going on the project, that we did a lot of outreach to make sure that we were addressing the right issues. And I think it's probably will have saved us time in the long term, even though it takes 6-ish months to do that, desktop reviews and all that alike. Is that my right, Billy?
Would that include also gathering some of the surveys that have been done recently? There was one, I believe the former firms did, that was presented to us, and okay. Yeah. Not all fresh, new.
No, we don't have to do it all ourselves, but what Warren and others seem to be leading for us is like, if our first priority, we're inclined to move towards this 500, 330, 520 approach, is that we should be very clear what that means and what problems we're trying to address, and leverage what's already out there. Like, we didn't do a lot of the academic literature. We did a review of the academic literature. We did review of surveys and what was other standard setters have done before we did fraud and going concern. That's how I read it. Okay, Diane.
So as I'm listening to all this, what is screaming in my head is how the board, how the staff, how the organization works may need to change. And so what we're talking about is going broader across numerous projects, which I absolutely am, Neil, spot on that you run the risk that because you're going so far and wide, it's going to take you a really long time to get this done. I'm sympathetic to Warren's point that says before we start this, we should figure out what is our objective so we don't get a boatload of comments that, say you didn't meet my expectation. I also think somewhere in here, there's some post-implementation reviews, which we haven't talked about. Going back and looking at 315 or 540, does that help inform direction? And so I don't want to suggest that you're back to a piece of paper, but you might be back to a piece of paper thinking about how do we want to operate? Do we want to go deeper and put a lot of energy like sustainability around a concentrated topic so that we can get it out sooner, faster? The role of using other standard setters to help, absolutely on point. If that's a path that maybe help us to get to our objective, but it's about working potentially differently about how things have been done in the past. And I think that's worth pausing on and challenging, how would we do this? And I think there's probably a little bit more upfront planning that needs to happen to understand how could I execute this? But I think we're hitting on all the right points. It's just how do you move forward and how quickly can you move forward by also being responsive? And so having said that, I obviously am in favor of option 2, but just trying to think about how you're going to move forward.
Eric?
Thanks. Yeah, I want to applaud the planning committee for thinking in new ways about how we can achieve our standard setting goals. And certainly as part of the audit evidence task force, I've been listening very carefully to what the respondents and board members have been saying. We think the foundational standard of 500 would probably look like very principles-based, etc. And I'm very supportive of considering an integrated project as it relates to technology and covering a number of relevant standards. I think the thing that I'm struggling with is why 500 would be in option 2. Because from what I'm gathering is we're taking a principles-based approach with a standard. Our task force is working carefully on the responses that have come back, and we're articulating which ones we can deal with within a principles-based standard. And so I'm struggling with how keeping 500 back as part of this integrated approach would actually be beneficial, given the public interest in that project from the beginning, and the fact that it's I think it's running a bit behind. It's not on schedule. I think it's behind already, and we're talking about possibly a very long project if it's going to be an integrated project. So I'm comfortable with an integrated project. I'm just not sure I understand the benefits of having 500 as part of it, or whether it would be better to finish 500 and do an integrated project, focusing on the technology aspects. But perhaps that's some thinking that needs to be further done. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we've lost a little bit of the rationale of the integrated project. There is a technology dimension, but one of the things that we were thinking about is actually it's not just technology. Technology is a component of what we want to do with this integrated package. But we saw the interlinkages between 500 particularly and 330 and how it will impact other standards. And, thinking it over time is that we probably may not have scoped the project proposal on 500 ambitiously enough on day one to accomplish what all the expectations were in the marketplace. So yeah, you could have a principle-based standard, but people want to see how the impacts are or how it interrelates with 330 and others down the line. And that was my reading the comment letters. Maybe Sue's Ted is up. I don't know if you want to come on this point as well.
Well, I was actually going to reflect on the project plan for 500 because I think there's stuff that we can learn from that. I mean, it probably predates an awful lot of us, but I think it was responsive to the feedback at the time, which was that the IAASB had some very major projects that were about to land, and particularly things like 315, the ISQM series, and so on. And so there was a lot of encouragement to scope narrowly. And I, Warren made the suggestion about researching to do the scoping, and I fully support that. I think it's really important that we do try and get that, and also that we think forward to the time when we think this is going to be delivered, as to what else might people be looking at, and therefore what might the mood music be doing. So yeah, I had thoughts there. Do you want me to carry on, or do you want? I've got a couple of other things where I can come back later.
Let's talk about this 500. Vili, did you want to come in on the 500 scoping and how it fits in with this integrated approach?
Yes, thank you, Tom, and maybe to Eric's point, and it's a fair point, because I think those are the things that we need to think about. And I think, when I looked at both the ED 500 comments and the comments that we received on the strategy and work plan, I had the sense that because you have this, sorry, let me put it this way. I had the sense that what respondents were looking for is a part maybe falling short from what they thought we were going to address, especially from a technology point of view. But as Thomas indicated, it's not just about technology. I think some of the respondents also said, please remember when you go, for example, into 330 and 520, it's not just the technology aspects of those standards. There's other things that need to be addressed as well. But I got the sense that people were missing the full picture. So you have here the framework aspects, or the reference framework aspects in 500, but people want to see alongside that the performance aspects. They want to see how the whole puzzle fits. And so therefore the effectiveness of the proposals in ED 500, subject to all the comments we received on the exposure draft, is dependent on also revising the other standards, particularly 330 and some of the 500 standards. I think the other important thing is, I think it is important that we consider in putting these work streams together, that, to your point, I think ED 500 can be taken, with the comments that we've received, can be taken to a certain point. But I think we need to take into account that what happens there will influence the performance aspects, and what happens on the performance aspects may actually influence the reference framework aspects as well. So one of the advantages I see in doing it as an integrated package is you're not inhibited by the current project proposal. You're not inhibited. You can now go into 330 if you don't need to go into 330. You can have that broader approach of saying, let's make sure we put this package together in terms of addressing both the performance aspects and the reference framework aspects. But I do think you are right in terms of the rich input that we've already received. We can take 500 to, I don't have a word for it yet, but let's say an interim standard to say, okay, so now we need to see what we've learned out of that goes into this work stream. And as this work stream evolves, what needs to go back into that one.
I will call it a nearly complete standard rather than an interim standard. It's not going to apply to anyone until it gets approved, but it was as far as you could go based upon what you know. Taking my 500 terminology here, Eric, do you find that argument somewhat persuasive?
I certainly like the idea of moving 500 to nearly complete, or whatever the word is. I know that when we did I think it was the auditor reporting standards, we kind of took certain standards to virtually approved status, which was very helpful to the other projects as they were being undertaken. So I could live with that, I think.
Yeah, and one of the things you could envision the way we'd operate is the task force of 500 would very much stay in place and continue working with the team that we have built, and that they would be an advisory capacity as we do information gathering and sort of help us scope based upon what they've learned, 330 and 520 as a package. So we're not stopping right now. If we were going to do that on 500, that work continues to go as far as it can and can be there to help the other parts of the standard. Okay, so I'm glad we figured out a way to pronounce and use the word persuasive appropriately.
Sorry. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I suppose, you know, just following on more generally, I mean, conceptually, I prefer option 2. It's it is to me it's the appropriate way to go. Although I probably am wary, and the discussion we've just had about 500, I think, is helpful, because I am conscious that the PIOB comments reinforce the importance of timeliness here, and that we have had 2 delays on the project due to reprioritization of resources, and you know, Neil made the point really effectively that we need to have the resource in place to be able to deliver whatever it is we have on the work plan, rather than having things that necessarily sort of drop. So I think that's been a helpful discussion. I also had the note about post-implementation reviews. I think could be really helpful in informing the wider project. And then I just had a point elsewhere on the strategy and work plan, which was around the piece on non-authoritative guidance and first-time implementation. The material you had in the strategic area, I think was kind of just about okay from my perspective. But I think when we describe it in the work plan area, it is very much talking about it as being minimal, and you know, it sounds very peripheral. But I'm very conscious that in the work we've done already on 500 around technology, there's a lot of encouragement to look at non-authoritative guidance. And I think when we come into talk about sustainability, EER is a really valuable piece of material. So I think I think the non-authoritative guidance piece is very important, and I think we need to make sure that we do, again, bake in the resource to do that. And the same for the first-time implementation material, to make sure that we're hitting that timely, and that we are delivering that kind of material, whatever it is that we have on the work plan, that we're delivering it timely and consistently. I think that's it from me. Thanks.
Fernando?
Thank you, Tom. And I just have one comment, and I support this integrated approach, but can we try to ensure that we put it in a simple way that us human beings not living in the limbo can read it and understand what is going to happen in the next 4 years? Because I just heard the conversation and I still can picture the end products. And I don't think that we want whoever is outside reading the document to have more questions rather than really saying what is going to be delivered and what they need to do for implementations, training, in preparation, because otherwise I think we're not really helping, but the opposite.
Yeah, on point well taken. I think we have to be very clear about what our likely priorities are, and particularly the description of what we mean. To me, it means a revised 500, 330, and 520 done in tandem that takes into account technological considerations as part of the project plan. You know, what those considerations are is really, in my mind, still dependent on the scoping exercise that we have, but they have to fit together in an integrated package so people believe that they're fit for purpose going forward, and that people could see the cross-cutting implications on each other when we're complete. I hope that makes more sense to you. And then we have to be clear about what other projects would follow as well. But it is hard to follow exactly, like, because we're choosing something from some bucket, something from others. We're talking in shorthand. I think it's a warning to us to be crystal clear in our language and whatever the final document is. Does that make more sense? Okay, Adam.
Thank you, Tom. And so I struggle with a clear choice, and that's the conceptually an integrated approach makes sense, but I'm not sure that the elements that are noted here for the integrated approach are right yet. Far from it. I've read the comments on 500, reflect on those. On the strategy, I probably think that technology needs to sit in 200 rather than in a piece in 500 and a piece in 330 and a piece in 520, and maybe we even need a new standard on in respect of responses and how controls testing integrates with substantive testing. And so I'm fully on board with or aligned with Warren that we need to get the issue on the table, what we're going to address. I am personally of the view that our standards need to be principle-based and technology agnostic. I would prefer a technology layer to be sort of a document that says, okay, these are the principles, this is how we audit, this is what we need to do. And if you use technology, that's an overlay, and this is how the principles apply in a technology-enabled world. Because I have yet to find much technology that doesn't fit within our principles. And yes, there are questions of, okay, but how do we then do this robustly? And we as a firm has been able to figure it out. The others have as well. So I'm not too sure there's that much wrong with most of our principles. And if a omnibus project or whatever project to integrate technology in our standards is the right approach, I think that's going to fall on that it has a severe risk of an expectation gap, just as what we're now seeing with 500, even though the scoping and the outset was very limited and much more geared towards the principle. So in that sense, I can't make a choice between these two. I would hate to see 500 fall victim of this, because I think some of the principles and where we're strengthening audit quality, that was the whole point, that may get delayed. And I think there are potential different solutions that we're not seeing yet. And I think this is presuming a certain path where I'm not convinced that is the right path to take. So yes, research will get the issue on the table, but also think of different solutions in this area. Because yeah, well, I think I'll repeat myself, but that's where I am.
Again, I have to say that the 330 element is not a pure technology project, but there was enough input from stakeholders to say that there are linkages between 500 and 330, and that we should consider those linkages. So I get the point on the technology side, but I fear that we're talking about the idea of option 2 as a pure technology solution. There was, in my mind, a lot of people have said we need to do 330. And it was just a question of whether you could solve a couple of issues simultaneously and force us. But then it raises the question, okay, on the technology standpoint, is it the right avenue, or what's the right approach for addressing technology? Maybe you do 330 without much technology and have a layer from it. And I think you'll have to learn from that, from any scoping exercise and research development. We could have an informed hypothesis though, that we're testing at this point in time. Diane, do you want to come in on this specific point? Yeah.
I just, upon reflecting on what Ado said, I think there is some merits to what he's suggesting. And the reason is, there's also this concept, I think it might serve two purposes. One is, and this is shocking that I'm agreeing with you, so I'd like that aspect stricken from the record if I could. But I do think there's this maintenance concept, right? Technology's changing. Once you sign up to push it into the standards, you are pushing it into the standards. And that means you've got a lot of maintenance to do. If you have it sitting above, it's maybe a little bit easier to deal with in the interim. I think there's a speed of execution element to it that also might be appealing, that you can actually tackle that very focused, have outreach, have a document that sits above the standards that's responsive to this. It's a living, breathing document. It's just a suggestion, but I do think it's worth maybe just reflecting if it's feasible and would accomplish some of the objectives we're trying to achieve.
Okay. Ty.
Thanks. My comment refers also to the audits and reviews which has been presented with respect to ISA 500, 330, 520 and technology. I also support, like others, option 2, because the standards need to articulate with another, and technology issues impact all of them. Certainly focused changes regarding technology can be made to ISAs 505 and 501. I'm less convinced that ISA 530 would be greatly influenced by technology, and suggest that the inclusions of that standard under option 2 be investigated further before making a decision. Tom, I have further comments relating to other project, if you allow, or
let's maybe come back to that. Greg, I see you. It's probably time for a break right now. We've gone a long time. We'll come back to those. We'll regroup. You'll get the floor next. Greg, thank you for your patience so far. But, you may be on these same points, but when people are coming in on the same time, I'm inclined to let the discussion sort of run rather than jump around the table. Okay, so it's 2:47 right now. I say we break to 3:20. We'll come back. We have certainly enough time to finish on schedule today. Really good discussion, and I look forward to wrapping this up. My guess is what's going to happen today is we won't reach a firm conclusion, that we'll have to do a little bit more thinking about, are there alternative option 2s, rather than being so definitive that it has to be 500, 330, 530, whatever. It could be some 2 of those plus practice notes. It could be 2 of those plus guidance. It could be 2 of those plus another standard or something, with some investigation to test our hypothesis. But it seems like we're going in that direction. Okay. Okay, let's get back to business. I will try to avoid Josephine spilling sodas. When you put a can of Coke on a table. Okay, Kai, I promised to come back to you. I sorry I interrupted you. And then Greg, you're after Kai.
Thanks, Tom. This wasn't an interruption. That was okay for me because I've seen that we mainly discussed about ISA 500 and so on. I have a further comment regarding to the part audits and reviews. I very much support the division of ISRE 2410 for reasons mentioned, but caution that this should not lead to the subsequent need to revise ISRE 2400. Consequently, the revision of ISRE 2410 should cover audit-based knowledge given the changes to ISA 315 and should include alignment to ISRE 2400 without going beyond that standard. Then I have a second comment referring to this part. I also support revising ISA 720 given the issues that were identified in the post-implementation review. It is unclear to me what the objective of a revision of ISA 320 would be. There needs to be some exploration of what is broken, if anything, before seeking to develop a project proposal. The same applies to ISA 620. Since it is not an issue of global importance, I would not support taking up a project on joint audits. That's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you. And Greg, last but definitely not least.
Thanks, Tom. I was just going to add a couple of comments to the conversation we were having before the break, just and sort of reinforce Eric's concern. I had the same concern about 500, and I guess I understand, you know, there'll be more thought given to the integrated approach and so forth. But, you know, I guess what I heard this afternoon was a potential to put 500 on ice, in effect. You know, keep it going, get it to a point, and then park it or put it on ice, whilst the other work streams in the technology suite was sort of rounded up. That timing wise feels like that could be significant period on ice. And I guess, you know, those are the things that will need to be thought through. But what I heard this morning was actually 500 is probably not a big part of the solution anyway to the technology issue. So I was wondering if we are planning on putting it on ice, what's the, why would we, if it's not a big part of the solution? So it was just, I think probably people have said this already, but just sort of connecting the dots from this morning's discussion and this afternoon. So, you know, I guess it'll be interesting to hear what proposal comes back, but can we consider the timeframes and the practical implications of those? Thank you.
Okay, so not sure on ice is entirely the case, but I'm conscious of the concern about timeframes. So we use this break to maybe articulate what we think sort of a revised option 2 looks like, recognizing that we won't have everything is just an informed hypothesis. Because we have to do information gathering and research. So I'm going to turn to my more articulate colleague, Billy, right now to share what we think we heard, and then that'll elicit some reaction.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And so going back to the slide that we have on the screen at the moment, we thought it might be good to go through those 3 columns again. I think on the first column, I think the first point I just want to make, and it came up a few times in the discussion, I think it is very important that, you know, and I agree that the slide, the heading may be a little bit misleading there, is when we looked at those two options, it is certainly not just about technology. Remember, a number of respondents, for example, referred to ISA 330 needing to be revised in its own right. There were also suggestions that 330 should be revised together with standards in the ISA 500 series, and that comes to the point that I articulated earlier as well, that you get the sense when you look at the respondents from both the consultations that there's this sense of the complete picture. We want to see the complete picture. We want to understand how the reference framework aspects affect the performance aspects and the other way around. And so, yes, technology will be a big piece of that, but it's not just technology. So I think after our quick deliberations during the break, I think what we heard is that there is support for pursuing option 2, the more integrated approach, and that we look at the package of 500, 330, and 520. I think it is important to Warren's point, and which was also supported by Sue and Ado, that we need to be very clear in terms of what the problem is we're trying to solve. Don't just head into standard setting without really understanding what you want to produce at the end of the day. And then as part of that, we will have to see where the technology component comes in, because I think what we also heard is some aspects may be addressed in 500 to the extent of the role of 500 in terms of being a reference framework that the auditor uses throughout when making judgments about audit evidence. Some aspects of technology can go into 330 and 520, but I think what we said is we will find that there will also be certain things that can't be addressed in the standard because of the fact that it's principle-based, and maybe there will be something like an IAPN, which was mentioned this morning, that will come out of this as well. But we won't know until we don't do that information gathering and research. I think Neil raised the point of something more immediate, and I think we need to look at that separately. I think we need to acknowledge that we need to have capacity for that. And then if there is something that more urgent that we need to respond to, we need to use that mechanism to do that. But we need to accept if we do this other piece and we do it properly, that is something that will have to go through due process. We'll have to follow our process. We will have to go through project proposal, exposure draft, all of that. But if there is something more immediate that needs attention, we need to have capacity for that. So I think that's, Tom, I don't know if you want to add anything, but that's sort of in the first column. And do you want me to?
Okay. Does that make sense from a articulation of where we think we got to on that first column? Are people broadly supportive? Okay, let's continue.
Then in this, regrettably, all the projects came up. So we're basically saying that the same as the respondent said. But I think, on balance, in terms of what we heard, I think ISA 320 appealed to board members. There was also the mention that, and I must say, on the CAG slide, we also indicated that there was also CAG feedback that 320, 620, and 720 also relates those topics, materiality, experts, other information, also has a close link to assurance, sustainability assurance, and so on. So I think 320 was also raised in that context. Quite a few board members mentioned 2410, 620 also, and then 720. I thought that was going to be easy one, but you came in at the end and you mentioned that one as well. But and then if I can do the last column as well, there was some mention about post-implementation reviews. In my mind, and especially in terms of post-implementation reviews informing our other work as well, I think we probably will need to take on a post-implementation review in this work plan period. And in my mind, the obvious candidate there is ISA 540 revised as a post-implementation review. So if I go back to what I said at the beginning, there are 8 projects, and we have 5 slots. And so in my mind, what goes into the reserve bucket is 620, 720, and the post-implementation review for 315 revised. So we're not saying not doing it, but it depends on what happens on the other projects. However, having said that, if we can manage to do 2410, Chanwi, I think you referred to the AUP project. If we can do 2410 in that way, then a standard like 620 could come out of the bucket and be a project that we undertake, or at least start during this work plan period. Tom, I'll stop there.
Any reactions? We'll be seeking volunteers for 2410 shortly. Okay, so I think does that reflect the discussion that we've had? Seeing will be believing when we come back with Ada?
Yes, largely. In respect of your question, I'm still a little bit unsure where that leaves 500 for now. I'm not sure what near final state would mean, and
Near final stage would mean we'll progress it as far as we can, but it would be subject, it would not be finally improved until 330 revised was approved. And whatever other.
so maybe if I can, I'm thinking aloud here, because the integrated approach will likely impact 500. So why would we progress 500 in a direction which is then going to be influenced by others and it's going to be getting stale anyway?
So we'll take it as far and they'll see the implications and interconnections, but the task force would not be bound any longer by the project plan initially, but they might as well try to begin to resolve some of the issues that they heard in consultation, which we gave feedback on. There's a lot of work that's independent of 330 to be done, and that they could get it to a point that's relatively advanced and provide recommendations for the work on 330. Otherwise, we have pens down from now to then, and I don't think that's necessarily the best use of time either. So the idea is to progress it reasonably far while we get our ducks in a row on 330 and whatever other work, maybe 520 and technology focused efforts as well. Otherwise, we're going to go back to the linear approach of getting 500 out, which I didn't see much support around the table for. Because we'll have to revise it when we get 330 out too.
Yes, and that is, I think, okay, as long as you're transparent about what we're achieving and sticking to a much more principles-based approach, and particularly as the element of technology is being escalated to a higher level, it can even facilitate or fast track 500, such that because I think there will be quite some time necessary to get to define what we're going to solve in the broader context, and I'm fully on board and get 330 amended for also the principles bit, but so and that's where my struggle is by not doing, or yes, progressing something with 500, but let's just finish that one. The other one will take a little bit longer to really define the problem and have a more holistic approach, then get back. Well, I think we gain something by having a quality or a standard out there that helps quality on matters that were being brought to the board for us to resolve.
So I don't believe that's, are you suggesting that we complete 500, get it published and then change it again once we get 330 done? I'm just trying to understand what your proposal is, because the proposal on the table is to move 500 but not approve of 500 revise and release it in an integrated way with 330, because we know we'll have to revise 500 in conjunction with 330, which, going back to what we heard in the marketplace, that would not be particularly helpful to have lots of changes. And so we were thinking that a more integrated way of changing at once would be more strategic and productive. I'm trying to understand the implications of your remark, Chris. If we were to follow it, it would change what we have in mind.
Yeah, so I'm thinking differently about this, and but if the board doesn't want to go there, I'll accept it. I'm just trying to see what it's, yes, and we'll progress some thinking of 500, but the urgency on it will quickly disseminate.
So
just a thought about 330 really, because I mean, up until now with 500, it's been completely hands off 330. You know, that was in the project plan. And so when we've been looking at anything in relation to 500, it's been with that right front and center. And so I do wonder whether there's maybe a little bit more of an exercise that we can do in that piece where we said, looking a little bit more broadly. We haven't scoped out how much we want to look at 330. And if we get to a position where actually a limited number of changes that emanate from the feedback we've already had actually address a number of the concerns, we might be in a slightly different position. So I think we're kind of, it feels as though the discussion is that the expectation is 330 is a complete and utter rewrite, but that may or may not be the case. So I suppose I share some of the frustration about getting to a certain stage and then parking something for what will be a good couple of years probably, by which time things will have moved on. But I wonder whether there's an interim step in some months' time, once we've had a chance to do some of the thinking, to say, well, is that realistic, or is it more realistic? Is there another alternative?
Maybe I'm forgetting something. Is not all the issues on 330 relate to feedback we got at 500, though, right? 330 has been a next up project on our agenda since the moment we finished 315. So I'm trying to think about this holistically, about what the different impacts are. We are having a lot of standards enter the marketplace right now too. And one of the things that we're trying to deal with is maybe provide a little stability while we think in a more strategic way about a package of standards that may address some of the issues of technology inclusive going forward. So, I could see some merits of, yes, we've been doing lots of work on 500, but it's clear to me that lots of people have also said, think about the dynamic between 500 and 330. And I also, to some extent, worry if we put 500 out there with the idea that we have to revise it in 3 years or less. Isabel?
Yes, I'm a member of the planning committee, but I wanted to build on something I mentioned earlier today, which is encouraging the board to think out of the box on the structure of the ISAs. If we look at them as a package in that section of the handbook, and for very good reason, 30 years ago, some people decided that some things should be in 330, some things should be in 500, some things should be in 320. But maybe 30 years later, we may think differently. So I encourage the board to think out of the box and to put everything on the table, what has to be dealt with, and then what is the best structure to articulate it. And why should we still follow the cutoff between the standard that may not be relevant today? So we may have to decide that there's one standard that may cover some things that are in several standards today, or maybe a specific standard has to be built on something that may be technology, maybe something else. So it will be a little bit innovative, but that maybe if we look at standards altogether, that's a great opportunity for us to modernize this set of standards.
Okay, Diane?
So it's getting a bit messy. So I think there's two things in my mind that should be thought about. One is the comment about technology. What is our plan relative to technology? Number two, I do like Sue's idea, and I support that, to think about 330. And if you were to open it up, what exactly you're opening it for? And we don't have to have a thesis paper on this, but invest a little bit of time and say, what, no offense to the educators in the room, but think about 330. What would you change? And there may be an opportunity to, again, move technology aspects of 330 to the side, because that possibly could be dealt with separately. But then are there things that could be dealt with fairly rapidly? I am concerned about finishing of not finishing 500. I mean, we just talked about LCE. We are going to update LCE pretty quickly. Not 5 years, but there will likely be an update once LCE goes out. So I do think, things are changing. Standards will be updated. We need to be transparent if that is the path. But I would hate to see evidence get really far, then put it on a shelf, and then pick it up 3 years later and say, "Ooh, we got to actually go all the way back to the beginning." That I'm not sure that's a good use of everybody's time, and I'm not sure that that's responsive. So I don't have a lot of solutions, unfortunately. I think there is some work that needs to be done to come up with some different paths, and then have a discussion about those paths.
Josephine?
Diane, I think that's exactly right. And that's exactly what we're trying to articulate here. But I actually don't think that we can continue with 500 without looking at 330. We heard this from the feedback for the strategy and work program from our stakeholders there. We heard it from the feedback in ISA 500. You can't look at them in isolation. They do need to be looked at together. 315, 330, and then 500 is supporting them. So from that perspective, I think this is what we're trying to do and articulate. And yes, you're right. Let's not get confused. Let's not confuse the technology or wind up the technology in this, because there are other things that need to be considered. And so the technology piece is that's like the another step, the overlay. We have to address it, whether we address it in the standards, whether we address it in another tool, an IFPM, for example. However we do, we will address it, but we need to work out first, what is it about the principles in 500, 330 that we need to resolve. And then to the other point, if there is something urgent, if we're worried that we're going to be waiting years, if there is something urgent, we can do it. We have a mechanism, which I know is staff guidance, but it is based on what we have in our principles and standards now. So there are ways that we can help with any urgent issues. But I don't think anyone's talking about years and years with this. I think we can work pretty quickly and get to the crux of the situation and the overlap fairly quickly.
My only question is, when the project plan was developed for 500, why was 300 out of scope? So what typical auditor, was this a change in 300, excuse me, yes. 330. So 300 was never contemplated. Okay. 330, pardon?
We're talking about 330.
Yeah, 330. So when the original project plan for 500 was created, there was a view not to think about 330. And so I'm trying to understand what has changed. So that's all I'm asking, is like a change in estimate, right? Was it a correction of an error, a change in estimate? There's somebody well, it was an auditor reference, accounting reference, but somebody felt, or at least there was some discussion, that we would not bring it in scope. So I'm trying to just reconcile that to why now is it in scope?
Okay, so I'll try and answer Diane's question. So if you go back to audit evidence and when we started that project, there were three main drivers that drove the audit evidence project. And that was, we felt that there was a need to address the different sources of information that's being used as audit evidence, to reinforce the exercise of professional skepticism and to address technology. Now, from the start, we also had to recognize that ISO 500 has a particular function within the suite of standards. So we wanted, through the project proposal, we wanted to make sure that we, and obviously we weren't successful, we wanted to try and manage expectations to say 500 can only do this much because of its role and function within the suite of standards. And that's why we tried to be narrow in the project object, in the scoping of the project, because we didn't want scope creep, because we knew you can end up with a very broad thing. And so we focused only on those three things. I think what has changed now is, I think, the feedback that we got on ED 500, because what I understood from looking at some of the comment, looking from the responses that we received on the comment letters, in both consultations, is people are saying, we don't want the nature of 500 to change. We want it to be the reference framework, but we also want to understand the performance implications of that, and we want to see the full picture. And that is what, in my mind, has changed, where people say that we want to see the full picture, because, and that's why I'm saying, can we actually finish 500 without doing 330? Josephine is quite right. If you look at the full picture, it's actually 315, 330, and 500, but 315 has been updated already. So because you're still gonna leave people hanging, because they don't have the performance aspects and the reference framework aspects.
Not to prejudge this, and people are very concerned about timeliness too. It's not clear that we would finish 500 without re-exposure as well. We don't know that, but it is possible. We've had some fundamental issues raised. That's not a criticism. We just have learned something from our exposure period, which is actually really helpful to us as a board. And so I do also have that partly in mind, where timeliness is, if we put that out together in context with other things, we may have a more complete package to address people's concerns and see how the package fits together. Bill, you've been very patient. I'm sorry, once conversations begin, I want people to be able to come back and forth rather than jump back to it later.
That's perfectly okay. Look, I'm probably going back a square, but without getting into the 330 discussion we just had, I'm happy with where we got to today, but there is no reason, is there, why in 6 months' time we couldn't realise, when we do some of the work that Warren said and actually really investigate what the technology is and try and handle Edo's point about, is it an overarching thing or is it in individual standards, that we could actually say, hey, we've got some more information now, and that might change our direction and might answer some of the questions we're asking now, which we don't have the answers to.
True, right. Again, we're sort of at an informed hypothesis stage. We may change our direction based upon the scope and activity, or what tools we feel like are better responses. Julie?
I was just going to react, and something I thought of, Diane, when you were explaining your thoughts, because putting technology to the side, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding all the dependencies between 500 and 330 and why 500 has to be held up for 330. And it very well may need to be, but I think it would be helpful to have a better appreciation for that, to be able to maybe make a more informed decision, because I think I'm hearing a lot of different questions about that, but I don't know if we've done any work, even at a high level, to figure that bit out, because that would be helpful.
Eric?
Yeah, I'm in exactly the same place. I don't understand yet the linkage that's being expressed as being so fundamental that 500 is going to change as a result of 330.
Okay. I think we've pushed this issue as far as we're going to get today on. It's up to us to clearly articulate the rationale and what we're going to do going forward. I still think the great majority of people support an integrated approach for 500 and 330. We will have to convince some of the skeptics and understand the implications of it and show the dynamics going on there. We'll move towards that. I think the second column and third column's pretty well understood, but we need to progress on the strategy review. So Billy, you want to go to the next slide?
Yeah, Tom, just maybe before we go to the next slide, I think that's fine. I didn't hear any comments from board members in terms of the other projects. I remember also saying that for me in the reserve bucket at the moment is 62720 revised and one of the post-implementation reviews. One of those things, one of those projects could be elevated depending on what we do with 2410. The other thing that we just need to keep in mind as well is, again, we have a limited number of spots open for projects. And we did have the discussion yesterday about the ISA for LCE. And I think the board landed on there's an appreciation for the initial period of stability, but that can't be too long. And I think we sort of landed on a 3-year period, not meaning that work only starts 3 years from the implementation date, but no new amendments will become effective before 3 years after the initial effective date. That also means that we would almost have to start immediately with an ISA for LCE project when well, even before that, probably with the project proposals based on the work of 570 and 240, which will obviously also take up a spot in the work plan. Okay, Michelle, then you can skip 2 slides. Yeah, that's the one, sorry. So on sustainability and other assurance engagements, so what did we hear? So again, keep in mind that we have this sort of 70-30 split in terms of estimated allocation of time and resources. But obviously, we also want to make sure that our commitment, the board's commitment to the ISA series of standards and the possibility of developing further standards, that commitment is not doubted. So with that in mind, what we heard from respondents is a lot of support for a bespoke suite of standards on sustainability assurance and also the phased approach that we explained in terms of initially developing ISA 5000, and then also as certain things in the market mature around reporting frameworks, users' needs, the level of information granularity that users need, entity systems and reporting processes, there may be a need to develop further standards in the ISA suite as well. Interesting enough, what would have seen out of the issues paper is very few respondents actually provided suggestions about what the next projects in the ISA series would be. There were respondents that provided comments, but they weren't a lot. I think one of the topics, and it is in paragraph 65 of the issues paper, was only mentioned by 6 out of the 61 respondents, which was estimates and forward-looking information. But you get an idea there of the types of topics that were mentioned. There was also a suggestion that there needs to be sufficient time allocated for the implementation of ISA 5000. And we did recognize that in our original consultation paper as well. We said the initial implementation of ISA 5000 will probably be an important time for us in terms of learning from that what the needs would be. But recognizing that there may very well be significant matters that may come up that we're not anticipating at this point in view, but we need to be ready to react to that. we thought that it would be prudent to have a placeholder on the work plan, so that if there is something that we need to move on quickly, that we are able to move on at any particular topic in the ISA series. We also received comments on ISA 3000 revised 3410, as well as the EER guidance, views that we need to focus on these standards as well, as not to avoid confusion with ISA 5000. There was a need identified to update the EER guidance, a recognition that the EER guidance has been very helpful, and that it will be good if we can look at that guidance to continue to complement the implementation of ISA 5000. Also, what will happen with 3410. So I think all in all, the planning committee reflected on this, and I think what we concluded is that in addition to the placeholder for any particular project in the ISA suite of standards, we do feel that there's probably a work stream that is required for actions that complement the implementation of ISA 5000, including revising the EER guidance. We felt that the position that the board expressed in the consultation paper still holds, that it is unlikely that we will undertake an ISA 3000 revised project within this work plan period, recognizing also the function of ISA 3000 revised as an umbrella standard. On assurance on XBRL, there was enough support that you can't discount that project completely. You can't leave it off. I think there was enough support that it would be a valid project to take onto the work plan, but there were quite a number of mixed views in terms of recognizing the importance of digital reporting, other views that question whether there is a global need for this, others that say that compared to the other projects, this isn't a priority. And there were also views supporting a research project on XBRL. But I think on balance, it is unlikely that we would undertake a project on digital, an assurance standard on digital reporting within this work plan period, which means that will also be something that goes into the reserve bucket. So out of this group, remember, 2 out of the 7 spots. So the one would be the placeholder, and the other one would be the complementary actions to support the implementation of 5000, and then put something like assurance on digital reporting into the reserve bucket. So Michelle, on the next slide, the question is just again the direction, the board's direction on possible programming decisions for this part of the work plan, sustainability and other assurance engagements. Very happy to hear your views. Maybe Michelle, it will be useful if you can skip back again just to the previous slide so we have that up. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Neil.
Thank you, Tom. Willie, the one thing that stood out to me is there's a timing difference between asking for feedback on the strategy and the exposure of 5,000. And so that then is difficult to articulate. What are the areas when we say that few respondents suggested candidate topics? So I read some of the comment letters and I'll say, we suggest making sure this is stable and it gets implemented, et cetera, et cetera. And then last week they're going through 5,000 and they're the same people tell me, oh, we definitely want more on this and we want more on that. And so they hadn't had an opportunity to fully digest 5,000. So that's a piece that I think when you say we need a placeholder, I think is an important word to use, because that placeholder will get defined by this comment period and outreach program. So I think using the feedback that we've got on the strategy would be premature, and we need to use the feedback from the outreach on the 5,000.
So Neil, interpreting the implications of your comment, we're going to approve this document in December. We will not have the full benefit of the comment analysis. What we may, if we were to take your comment, you would be saying, we may have some ideas of what we would like to do with our 30% of resources at this time. We're committed to allocating 30% of resources once 5,000 is done, but our actual decisions will be informed by the comment letter analysis where we asked a specific question. Is that the?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I think that's where we'd get to, that this outreach piece will really help us define. I mean, if I use another example that's in the middle bucket there, and it says, we need to identify and clarify the relationship between 5,000 and 3410. There were some final moments just before we approved the ED where I think Dan had some magic drafting. We feel like we defined what that relationship looks like. The comment period will tell us if we got that right or not. And I think there are parties on both sides of the fence. And some would have a view that 3410 needs to be rewritten and put under the umbrella of 5,000 as an immediate thing. Some people might think that actually one little paragraph in 5,000 clarified what that relationship is and when it needs to be used. Again, it will come out in this comment period as to what needs to happen there. But I do think that the placeholder would be an important piece, and that definition of what needs to be done will reveal itself hopefully in the not too distant future.
Okay. So that would have to give some comfort that we would be less definitive in the strategy work plan as it relates to future sustainability and assurance topics. Guy.
Willie, thanks. Willie, thanks for the summary. Very, very well done. I very much support the directional points of the planning committee regarding possible projects for assurance engagements. In particular, it is not clear from the comments where the need for additional sustainability assurance standards is greatest. And it would be helpful for practitioners for the ER guidance to be updated. Given IAASB 3000's role as the standard for every assurance engagement not covered by another standard, I agree that this is not appropriate to seek to revise it at this time. We will see from the implementation of 5,000 whether issues arise regarding the applicability of ISRE 3410. And second comment here, given the experience in the European Union, in which national legislation implementing the requirements arising from the Transparency Directive led to widely different national assurance requirements, I believe that the project on assurance or on XBRL would be premature at this time. Thanks, that's all. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Anyone else? I assume, Neil, it's a straight 10.
Apologies.
Unless you just wanted to come back in again. Okay, so general support, but this idea of having some flexibility based upon the comments, we're going to get in on 5,000, which will not be fully analyzed by the time we approve the strategy and work plan. Billy?
Thank you, Tom. I think that was a good summary. So we can move on to the last part. So one more slide, Michelle. So the last two items were, we also had questions around our coordination with the ethics board, as well as sort of a catch-all question in terms of any other matters that should be considered. I think on the ethics coordination, we will have an opportunity to talk about that again during the joint session on Thursday morning as well. But obviously everybody was supported at the ongoing coordination. And I think, Greg, you made the point that it's not just ongoing, it's also enhancing. Interesting, I see on the slide we have the word enhancing. So we should maybe just follow it through to the document itself. you saw that in the strategy part of the document, we did update to recognize that it's a systematic approach of, there should be a systematic approach of coordination. And what you will see, without me going through all the points on the slide, but I wanted to draw your attention to the actual document 5B on page 26. So that's in the work plan section, but where we specifically talk about our coordination with the ethics board. So based on the comments that we received on question 7, as well as comments in the strategy section, we did build out that section a little bit to be provide a more granular information in terms of the nature of the coordination with the ethics board, the projects that we anticipate will be very important from a coordination perspective, obviously at the start of the work plan period, and then going forward, continuing to be aware and familiar with each other's work plans so that we can be responsive to any coordination needs. And then also recognizing that project identification and scoping is a key stage that will benefit from coordination. In terms of question 8, there really weren't a lot of matters that were raised under question 8. It is under question 8 where the concept of the comparison between principle-based standards and rule-based standards came out, and you saw earlier under the strategic drivers, we did make a revision there, and I think Kayuve, you also commented on that and on that particular point. We also had comments that we should be more detailed, we should be more specific about our project deliverables. Now, what we intend to do, and I think there was a comment earlier as well. So for December, the intention really is to come with a work plan that sets out in a table format or in a diagram over the 4 years, and I think we can probably split it up into half years, 24 to 27, what are the new projects and the timing of when those new projects will start. So that is certainly an idea, but we wanted to get the input today. So, and people need to appreciate that that's the level at which we can provide it at the strategy and work plan stage, because it's a 4-year program and things can change. But we think we do provide enough information on that, obviously in the individual project proposals, and then we have the project pages for each of the projects, where there is a timeline on each of those project pages with the 5 key deliverables or 5 key dates for each project, and that is updated on a quarterly basis as needed. So we did include a section in the work plan, it's a little bit early in the work plan on page 17, that just articulates that a little bit clearer in terms of the information that is available about the project deliverables and the timelines. So Michelle, you can go to the next page. So this is the catch-all question for the board. So are there any other matters that the planning committee should consider in updating the strategy and work plan?
Any other matters? Okay. No other matters. I'll turn to Jim. Jim's very supportive right now. Janine.
Thanks. Yeah, this was a good and long discussion session. And sometimes for me also a little bit confusing about where are we exactly talking about, but in the end there is a direction. Yeah, the joint session with the IAASB will be an important element to consider, as well as the strategy work plans strategy work plans require close coordination between the 2 standard setting boards for several topics which overlap, and given expected consistency in the outcome of projects like sustainability, fraud, use of experts. We think that a process and criteria applied to determine prioritization need to be transparent to stakeholders by making it public and accessible on a continuous basis. So what was in the strategy work plan, very good, but it's very important to keep that public. Flexibility recognized in the strategy work plan according to emerging needs and priorities, as well as reference to MG funding, implications of the MG reforms transition, including projects increasingly led by staff with a more strategic involvement of board members are essential elements of transparency in a strategy work plan. Which public interest issues should be solved and expectations should be met by the new projects that were discussed this afternoon, either as standalone projects or in a more integrated approach, together with the qualitative characteristics from the PIF, should become clear, as well as the approach and direction to best address these issues, as well as for the overarching topic of technology. And we also like to encourage the board to consider an overarching project on internal controls, as this is foundational to the application of many standards and to drive high quality engagements that meet public expectations. And this, of course, also links to the ISA 330, 500 and standards, but also to 315, which is already revised. But we consider this a very important project. And we welcome further consideration how and when narrow scope projects can be used to enhance the timely responsiveness, because timeliness is also still very important public interest aspect to keep in mind. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a little bit of work to do. The planning committee will get together and see how we could clarify a number of these topics. But I thought the discussion was really good and provided us good guidance. And, you know, I feel like we have to end on my absolute favorite note of any board meeting: approval of minutes. That were all the changes were posted on our websites. This is for both the June and July minutes for this year. Does anyone have an objection to approving them as a package? Does anyone have an objection to their approval? Warren? No, you're fine. Not. Let it be known that Warren does not object. But the minutes have been approved for June and July of 2023 as posted and amended on our website. Okay, so we're ready to break for today. Tomorrow we will start the roundtable at what, 9 a.m. is it, really?
Yeah, I think registration is at 8:30 and it starts at 9. The registration obviously for the external participants. Maybe on Tom, just an announcement that as we said yesterday, the seating plan provides that all board members and technical advisors and official observers will be able to be seated in the room. We do ask that if there are public observers that wish to observe the roundtable, that they can go up to the 6th floor and go to the green room. And we even have the orange room as available as well. And the roundtable will be live streamed to those rooms as well. We also just ask that when you leave this evening, just make sure that you clear your space where you've sat. Very important, because Michelle and the rest of the team have to come in and they have to set up the roundtable for tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Okay, we're closed for the day. Thank you to all the observers who have observed us from inside the room and on YouTube. Speak to you later.
Sorry, Tom, I'm just, sorry, one more thing. There are a few task force meetings that have been planned. So I've got a note from the fraud task force will start in 15 minutes. And then I know Kalina